winner chicken dinners at 7. Hopefully we'll see an 8, maybe a 9, maybe a 10, I don't know, but then it's just adds to the excitement, you know.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think we've seen a lot of all these great plays coming from each respective teams out there, including, those teams coming from the PEL, which definitely have shown signs of progress throughout their course of run. I think Thunder Talk Gaming definitely is an interesting team that we've seen quite a number of times before, in whether if it's international global circuits or so. Sometimes they treat this as practice overall, just to really gauge, how's the rest of the world really doing? So to kick things off, we're going to be moving into Rondo, and this is the map where they get to farm as many points as possible, since there's going to be those recall towers that they can actually go into, revive their teammates when they actually fall out early. So we're expecting a lot of fights to take place in Rondo.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also agree with you right there, Rondo being pretty much an elimination point farm because of all of the revives that you can get. So, I mean, Rondo is a fairly new map. I think it got added this year, and now it's making the scene rather in the pro scene. So, you know what? Very interesting map. But as of I observed, some teams, they aren't really that used to Rondo just yet, so it just makes things a little bit more interesting. And look at the top Rondo performers. Number 1 would be Team Flash. Number 2 is Nongshim Red Force. Number 3 is Alter Ego. And number 4 is DK, of course. So yeah, we have the stats over here. Rank points. We got the average elims. Absolutely crazy having double digits for Team Flash. And of course, we saw that in the leaderboards a while ago. And also the survival time at 22, absolutely insane. So you know what, Rondo, very interesting map. Sometimes the teams, I don't think they have a lot of practice just yet. So I've noticed that a lot of teams they kind of like compound in like the same cities, the same drop-off points. But you know what, let's just see what happens in our map later on. We got a couple of seconds left to go. So any final thoughts?
Well, I'm hoping to actually see somebody contest Team Flash early to see if they could just take them out early, because it's really absurd to have that double-digit average elimination point. You're telling me that every time they go to the Rondo, it's like more than 11 points? Man, I wouldn't believe it if I don't see it with my own eyes. Of course, that being said, is there going to be any hot picks coming from you, Annie, for this first game?
I'm going with Team Flash, man.
Okay, I think that's fair enough. I mean, they are the most performing team in this round. So I'm thinking, excuse me, I gotta sneeze that out real quick. I'm thinking either Nongshim or D plus Kia, just to carry on with that narrative. More so towards DK if they're playing in this round.
All right.
Okay,
and the production team will be... Who do they think? Feel like it's Nongshim. I don't know.
BTR. I love it. I love it.
I mean, I respect that. I mean, BTR is absolutely crazy, an absolutely crazy team. But yeah, let's just see, if who among us gets it right. I mean, we have 3 different teams, and of course, DK pretty standard pick, and also Team Flash based on statistics. But BTR does have like I don't know what you call that, like the veteran status, in the PUBG scene. So, you know what, I respect that. And I think we're going to be going to Rondo really, really soon. I mean, the timer did disappear, and hopefully we see a really, really nice game between the 18 teams tonight.
Yeah, I just love that we will always get to see explosive starts when we go into Rondo, because early game, it's about fight, and you gotta just make sure you have one guy to be camping out on that recall tower wherever it is closest to the team, and they just go ahead, rinse and repeat until somebody really taps out. So that being said, we've seen teams to be able to win, multiple duels by doing so. So that's kind of like what Team Flash has been able to perfect. And I'm thinking that other teams are looking to also emulate this method, but someone's got to give, right? It can't be 64 players to be going till end. So we expect a big bloodbath to be happening here in our first match. Tell us your predictions as well, ladies and gents, because we are about to move into our first match of day 4. It's been match 19 here in the grand finals of the Clash of Giants. So without further ado, Annie, we're about to kick this off into the really brand new map of PUBG Mobile. And I'm just super eager to see who will take this one home.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's some pretty good names with some pretty good chances of getting this winner chicken dinner in this first map. And of course, we three have different predictions, so that's pretty much what makes this a little bit more exciting than usual. But yeah, I mean, the revives just really interesting. They can go ahead and revive the rest of their teams as long as someone stays alive. So that means most of the time team fights will have 3 players more or less. And I mean, even if people keep reviving, there we go. But anyways, even if people keep reviving, the circle is just gonna force everyone to make a decision, and eventually those squads will get wiped out. And so, you know what, it's still like more or less the same game, but otherwise there are second chances, and there are I don't know, the revives. So there's a bunch more eliminations to be had. But yeah, Rondo is very interesting, very different from Erangel and Miramar. It's just kind of shame that they pushed Sandhawk aside. I mean, I'm kind of missing Sandhawk, you know, that very tiny map. And it looks like we're gonna be starting Concha. We're gonna be seeing that plain path. I don't know if there's going to be one. Sometimes there are two. But yeah, we are going to be going on to Rondo. We're going to be dropping off really soon. And it looks like we only have one flight path. It's from the eastern side of the map going up to Minhu or Bailey. So, I mean, there's a bunch of cities that they can drop off in. And okay, we have some more stats over here. The headshots. So a while ago, we got the eliminations as well. But yeah, looks like we have a few teams dropping off already. Some of them going probably to Jadena City, maybe up top as well. And well, let's just see if we're going to be seeing some early game engagements really soon.
And of course, they're pretty much inbound for quite the kind of slugfest moving into the areas of Jadena City. So we'll expect to see maybe some form of exchange. And we're kicking it hot with DRS already hot, dropping onto a certain area of play. And we're going to see who's going to claim the first blood right now, as they're going to be taking on what I believe to be Tribe Mercy just right across the corner.
Oh my gosh, get that. Crossbows, I mean, rather bow and arrows. I mean, talk about early game engagements. This is the fun part of early game engagements. People don't have the best of guns yet. They just take whatever that they can find, even if it's a bow and arrow. And, well, we're seeing some pretty interesting kills over here. AST's already lost one player. That's OG. Ooh, DRS is in a bit of trouble. Killer YTU fight under red. It looks like they have their second elimination already, however. And this is what I'm talking about, the compounding in the early game. It's such a thing in Rondo, you know, they all drop off on the same place for some reason. But yeah, examples already down. So DRS is only down to 3 players now. But once again, Rondo, there's still revives. Let's see how aggressive they'll go, knowing that they can just go ahead and go to revive tower anytime they want.
Yeah, and you can also check out the infographics over on the right, where teams are predicted to drop around those kind of areas. And you're certainly seeing areas where they're clashing as well. I mean, this is that one flight path that really forced them into some of all these tricky places to play. And there we go. AST brought back into play and instantly wiped out. Oh, gosh. DRS, they're unrelenting.
Oh my gosh, already. Okay, let's see. There's another skirmish over here. Alter Ego. Oh, there's one down. There's another. Oh, it's just going to be Snape. That's all that's left. You can see G and Phalanx. It looks like they're going to be dropping off again. Already used up the revive, but Sporta coming in, but will be down, will be taken out as well. It looks like AE might have a chance to give this revive as long as they don't get caught, but it looks like there's no one else over here. So they're just going to go ahead and reset just a little bit. They are streaming. They're not done just yet. You can see the kill feeds going absolutely ballistic. Different teams taking each other down. I can't even keep up just yet. But yeah, we're watching DRS Gaming right now. They have 3 eliminations. They lost 1 player. Okay, we have DK, top player in the leaderboards right now, but we did see E Arena already eliminated off. Oh my gosh, it's a fast game. Even the revives can't save the first 2 teams that fell.
Yeah, I think like these teams definitely have interesting ideas to be camping out on those recall points, so that it makes it even harder for these teams to come back up alive. And I think that E-Arena was just one of the victims out of many. And we're looking at JPX, who could potentially falter as well. They've only got one player left. Meanwhile, DRS looking to cut across the river to close in against that player of Team Secret. It's only 2 members left, and it doesn't seem like they've got those recalls anywhere close by. I can see it from the mini-map, but they're not going to be able to run across so freely. So Team Secret, they're in quite the pickle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a crazy couple of minutes, like so many takedowns, and we had 2 whole squad eliminations. Quite unfortunate, actually. We're down to 53 players. Okay, it looks like DRS is not stopping anytime soon. There's Team Secret nearby. Okay, they're kind of just peeking the corners, holding their positions right on this side of the house. Okay. And that goes the same with TS as well. Okay, we're seeing Ryla Bros falling as well. We're down to 15 teams actually. All right, still Team Secret and DRS, and there's Tribarmacy nearby as well. It's a little bit complicated, but Cycle is quite near, and Rig is probably gonna go in. Just nearby. Oh, guys, actually spots him, Jukai rather, and GK. Okay, going down the stairs. There's still smokes up here, so it's fine. Got 4 eliminations already. Cyclone coming in, and Rig just right outside. Let's see if we can spot Cheeky.
Oh, he's just being so cheeky about all these crazy angles. I mean, he's just proning onto that tiny little space, but perhaps he's going to be spotted out. Meanwhile, King has been able to strike down one of the hot-performing players of Team Flash, and that's Zeus already taken out, but won't be too worrisome. Early on, you probably see, if it's going to be a normal lobby, a lot of all these teams will have lost so many of their members. And now it goes back to full green bar as if, this is, your Wi-Fi signal or something. It goes down, it goes back up. Well, can't say the same about E-Arena. They've been crashed out already, as well as another team killing from Nepal as well. Meanwhile, Team Secret is not really in the best of situation because they've been sandwiched in between, and they try to keep themselves pretty quiet. As for AST, this is their 3rd time to be their lucky charm. Well, Trix is going to be on the other side of the rooftop, so perhaps he could feed some info. Those nades are tops. Really, really close, though. So DRS, back on the aggression, but Win is going to be able to add 1 more point to keep him as our overall MVP.
Already racking up those kills. Win finally gets their first kill of the game, but it's not over yet. Looks like DRS is in a bit of trouble. It's just Killer YT right now. And best case scenario, Killer YT backs away and tries to go for that revive tower. But otherwise, I think getting away from this situation is just a little bit bad. And this circle is definitely not putting them into any favors. But right now, Trix is on the rooftops. Killer YT half health. Rig is nearby as well. There's still 3 different teams, and Team Secret is not doing too well either. Looks like BTR from all the way from another side of the map already losing a couple of players. But yeah, Tribarmacy has the numbers advantage right now, and Killer YT can't afford to make any wrong moves. But Team Secret, I think they're gonna be in trouble if they go through that window. Oh no, did not look back. Trix gets that kill. Team Secret falls. We're down to 14 teams.
Yeah, and Tribarmacy, they absolutely were holding on to those great angles, and now it's down to Killer YT. He's gonna be blown up by a gas can or some sort. And just like that, Tribe able to actually have the last lap. 7 points to the name already, being the hottest team in the lobby so far.
Oh my gosh. Tribarmacy rising up, and hopefully we can see some improvement on the leaderboard. I mean, this is a really great start to day number 4, but otherwise, I don't think it's over just yet. There's 3 different teams in this area right now. See, Alter Ego spots a Team Flash flashing out away, but then again, I mean, they're in their cars, so it's a bit hard to kind of pin down, but otherwise, Rosemary, I don't think they're going to be wholly back right now. They have their own cars. It looks like they're going to be pushing in. They have a full squad coming in a convoy. Absolutely crazy. Let's see if they'll try to get this engagement up against a Team Flash. But otherwise, yeah, we're seeing actually that circle is going to go in to the northwestern side of the map. There's still a couple of teams quite far away from the play zone. So this is going to be interesting. We're still seeing, I believe, 14 or 13 teams in the running for the chicken dinner. But otherwise, yeah, has been a pretty interesting game so far.
Yeah, and I really do like that the zone actually shifts towards a terrain where you don't have too many recall points. So these teams, they gotta be a little bit more careful now once they actually step into the zone, or else like you gotta find it from the outskirts. Meanwhile, King trying to pull up the last defense, but he won't be able to hold for far too long. That's gonna be 5 or even 6 added to the table for Alter Ego. Well, just to confirm, it's just gonna be 5 for now. But if they do spot Jay, that'll be the 6 that they'll be looking for. But Nico Dive is holding overall to the top end of the hillside. He might be able to lend a hand, but things are knocked out. So it's going to be a little tough hold for the moment as the rest of Alter Ego decides, you know what? We have already taken a couple of all these points. We're happy to just, share some space for the meantime. Meanwhile, Nonton Red Force over onto the top side of the hill might look to also barge in as well. Perhaps just being a little bit pesky with the third-party approach.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Alter Ego is actually backing away. Let's see what they do. They're in their cars within the smokes, and they know there's still someone out there from TT. But otherwise, looks like they're just gonna back away. Oh, they get spotted. Let's see if we're gonna be seeing some kills on the kill feed. But otherwise, yeah, Weibo Gaming, come on. We definitely need more points towards this squad. Okay, coming in with the smokes. They're gonna come in with their cars. All right, get spotted. A bit of gunfire every so often, but T plus Kia right now, the top team for eliminations. Doing quite well. They still have their full squad, but otherwise, yeah, they're just kind of scoping it out, trying to see if they can get some long-range kills, but they're not finding the angle yet. We're not seeing anything popping up in the kill feed, and everyone's just trying to take position around the play zone. We're still seeing 13 teams and 49 players. And of course, we're still 10 minutes into the games. Absolutely crazy. And we're already down to 49 players despite it being Rondo, despite the revives.
True enough. I think that it gets even rowdier once the zone actually closes deeper, either into the high ground terrains where Nonton was holding, or if it goes to stadium, D plus Kia is going to have such a good time. I mean, they've been camping out inside of that area for such a long time. So we'll have to see. We're going to be looking at the zone shifting. JPX opting to move in a little late together alongside with Vampire Esports. There's a lot of space. There's also a recall point in the middle of that lake as well. So it's going to be rather interesting. Well, take a look at that approach as well. Team Flash, they find themselves on the outskirts. They got to breach in, but they're taking some pretty wide angles for the meantime, and going into the zone is going to be a very difficult task.
Yeah, okay. There's a possibility for a gatekeep over here, but we're not seeing anything popping up. Not even any crossfires. But okay. We're seeing Celcom Digi getting their guns out. Some shots coming in, some sprays, but it's not. I don't see any knockdowns from this angle. Okay, we have Kimmy from BTR coming in. They see someone from Weibo Gaming. Oh, what is this? Sneak up, come on, turn around. Oh, man, that's a kill from Pio Wall. Okay, that's right, BTR with their first elimination. Unfortunately, they already have one player down, but otherwise, yeah, I don't think it's over just yet. They have the rest of Weibo Gaming nearby. Weibo already lost one player, but that just means it's a 3 versus 3 right now. But otherwise, we're just taking positions. We're seeing another part of the map. It's a TT versus Nonton Red Force XZY, quite low in health, but otherwise, Beanie's still up, and we have XZY still up, but TZ does need the revive later on very, very soon. And there's C2K right behind them, so they're probably gonna have to check their bags every so often in case there's gonna be a sneak attack. There we go, T2K trying to get some shots in, but I'm not seeing anything popping up. TZ, however, needs to be revived once again. We have XZY coming into the rescue.
Such a difficult hole for the side of Nonton Red Force. They were the ones on top of the hill early on, and they kind of need to descend because there's plenty of teams kind of have their attention being drawn towards their area. And now Vampire Esports is going to be the other party to also join in the fray. Upon arrival, Cellcom Digital Alliance having Iftar being shut down. Meanwhile, unfortunately for TT, they've only had one player left to really hold out, and we just saw about 4 teams moving into the area with the arrival of Alter Ego nabbing a couple of players away. It makes things so much harder. So it's absolutely understandable for TT this time around, not being fortunate enough to be able to score huge. Meanwhile, Alpha adds one more to the table for the rest of Alter Ego, as we have T2K also looking for a challenge up against Tamba.
All right, T2K joining in the fray. EE still up and alive. They already lost one player, however, so just gonna slightly be a little bit hard. They got a bit way to go to that play zone. But yeah, this is the circle, the next circle. Stadium's gotta cut in half. We have a bit of open fields. There's a river running by. Okay, we're seeing that circle completely missing stadium. All right. And there's still a lot of teams that are on the other side of the river. But yeah, we're seeing a bit of eliminations from the map. But over here, we see some trades coming in from a couple of teams. But here, Alter Ego with 8 eliminations already. Absolutely insane. Just farming those elimination points, and all they have to do is stay alive and never just don't get picked off for the whole team. But yeah, we're looking at Vampire Esports. They're coming in, but unfortunately they're down to 2 players already, just taking positions. Team Flash still here, 4 players still, and still seeing a couple of teams with more or less a full roster. But it looks like Baus is kind of getting shot at. They did get spotted, but unfortunately just a little bit blind on the sprays, not quite hit, but otherwise still sends a pretty good message. Let's see if they can finally get those eliminations.
Yeah, Team Flash can absolutely sold off all these teams from getting across this bridge. Same goes to Weibo Gaming right now, trying to hold a fort while Vampire Esports just drives straight towards the direction. And it doesn't seem like he's having any of all these shots connecting. So he's going to be pushed right now, 2 versus 2, and he's going to falter, and all of them crumble in defeat to the hands of Vampires, who's dominating.
Oh man, very interesting development coming in. I'm really excited. We're down to 16 minutes into the game. BTR not in a good position, but man, Tribe Aramis OG's so low on health, manages to get away. But here, BTR, Kiowa, last person standing, the 2 members that need the revive. But otherwise, yep, Tribe Aramis, Rig spots the rest of BTR, takes over for the sprays. Not seeing much damage coming in. Okay, they spot Kiowa. Maybe not. Just see another body nearby. Vampire Esports quite a little bit far away. I don't think they got that shot in. But otherwise, yeah, Alter Ego finds a Cellcom Digi as well. They have 1 down. Alter Ego trying to get those revives. Oh, it looks like they could get their 1 player up. Rosemary, because Alva just got completely eliminated over here. But yeah, it looks like Rig is trying to pick off BTR one after the other. We're looking at a rampage for Alter Ego. So doing really well. They have 9 eliminations. Let's see if they can get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, it's been absolutely crazy for the moment as we saw them almost bowing down in the fight in Yox Factory. And there we go, Noble! He's just shredding them for, but here comes the zone as well. He's got to settle scores real quick. Molotov to zone him out, and there's barely enough help over the side of Krypton Zip. And D plus Kia managing that shutdown up against the rest of Bigatron by Vitality. Well, actually, it was another separate team, excuse me. GPX, they've been sweeping around the edges, and now it's going to be troublesome to deal with the rest of Tianba, who's already in the prime position. But we saw what went on up against those teams of PL earlier, so they've got to ensure that they get all these pickoffs. And there we go, 2 knocks in a row. Aching holds down the line, and he's been able to put so much damage right through.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Tianba. One player with 6 eliminations all to themselves. Quite interesting. But look at the mini map. Very, very interesting. We're down to our couple last minutes of the game. This is where it gets exciting. All right, Tribe Hermes, he's still up and about. Still 3 active players and double digits on the eliminations already. And yeah, looking at the map, there's still a couple of teams outside of play zone. Vampire Esports all alone, but in a pretty, I don't know if that's a good or a bad position, but it's pretty much a huge bullseye for the other teams. But otherwise, DK, not a very good place to be. Both under red, they just need to get finished off. I don't know if they can give the revive right on time, especially because I don't know the last active member. Okay, we have a Fabian nearby. Naibo is right here taking a bit of damage, but Tianba is definitely trying to get some kills in the bag. DK quite nearby. Let's see if they can get this kill in the bag. Fabian just trying not to get picked up, but it's potentially a 2 versus 1. That bus, that van, I don't know if it's gonna save you, but she's getting shot at as well. And Milo trying to go a little bit nearer. Okay, Fabian's taking a bit of damage, and that's a knockdown. Let's see if they can get that confirmation. And unfortunately, that was a trade-off. Oh man, they almost had it.
That was pretty crazy coming from Noble. I mean, he's on that low ground. He's barely hiding in the smoke, and he still gets that pinpoint accuracy. Here comes the push, and Tenba, they're losing members one after another, and they crash the gates. Only 1 HP left. Noble, is he going to be able to catch this? Only a couple areas left, and he's being burned alive. Oh, this is looking pretty bad. Noble, can he outlast the trade right now? Here comes Ghost. Hughes easy goes down. Noble clutches it.
Whoa, that was crazy with the 1 versus 1. Absolutely crazy survivability, but still, Tribe Hermes here right in our cameras. Tricks trying to get those sprays on, gets actually knocks down bows. All right. I see what they're doing. They're already on 12 eliminations. There's 2 players from Team Flash right behind of this boulder. Oh, ASC does have the high ground, but Win has a grenade in hand. Let's see if they can get some knockdowns, but otherwise it's gonna be Team Flash. It's gonna be down by 1 player. Team Flash is still trying, however. Win tops, trying to crawl away. Win. Oh my god. Whoa, that was actually crazy. It was a really good grenade throw. Wow.
He timed it so well. He timed it perfectly. And he knew that he's going to go for the revive as well. Well, his teammate is bleeding out. It's like, bro, are you going to help me out or not? He's like, yeah, just chill. I'll come back when I settle the scores. And now, Team Flash turn the tides up against Tribe Hermes, where they've been the ones dominating that high ground. And that challenge from Team Flash allows them to take the highest point of the map.
Oh my gosh, that was insane. Right in the face by Team Flash, getting 3 people in 1 grenade, 3 birds with 1 stone. Absolutely insane. But yeah, we are down to 4 teams. We are down to 8 players. JPX down to their last player. BTR down to 2. Team Flash, they have 4. And Nongshim has a 1 as well. So it looks like production actually still has their bet in the bag. BTR is still up there running. Team Flash is still there. JPX, Nongshim, it's just a matter of time, and it's gonna be a fight for the placement points at this point for both Nongshim and JPX. But the real battle is gonna be Bigatron and Team Flash. So you know what? It's a little bit silent right now in Rondo. Everyone's trying to play safe, except for Team Flash. Of course, they are a full squad. They can go ahead and be aggressive as much as they want, as long as they don't get picked off all at the same time. They'll be fine. And otherwise for BTR, maybe a little bit hard since they have the numbers disadvantage, but let's see what they'll try to do right now.
Yeah, and if you take a look at BTR, they're kind of segregated at the moment as well, so this isn't going to be an easy task for them to really go in for a reposition. And a lot of all these teams definitely know that Team Flash is going to be somewhere camping on top of the hill, and they're not willing to challenge because you can see how sparse those resources are, and at the very same time, We're talking about 2 solo units from JPX as well as Nonton Red Force, who definitely want to squeeze those placement points if they could just end up at third or maybe second at best. So nobody's willing to really put themselves at risk here. So it's really down to Team Flash to really wait for a little bit longer. Perhaps stage 7 might alter their course.
Yeah, you're right. Team Flash, I think they try. What is Beanie doing? Playing another game with their pickaxe. But yeah, over here, Nongshim just trying to hide out. Zeus did not know that Beanie's over there right behind him. Okay, Zeus is trying to do something about it. However, there's a Molotov. Okay, Beanie falls by Zeus's Molotov. There we go. We're down to 3 teams now. It's just JPX hunting. But right now, the real battle will be Team Flash versus BTR. But yeah, looks like GPX Crazy is just inside the car. Kent does fall. Let's see if it's gonna be confirmed. Oh, there we go. BTR down to 1 player. JPX down to 1 player. It's gonna be hide and seek from now on. Team Flash pretty much owns this Rondo map right now. It's only a matter of time before we see the final 2 kills. Or you know, there's still a 17.51 chance that one of these teams will turn this side around. But right now, I think Team Flash has it in the bag.
Yeah, it certainly looks to be the case right now. Annie, you know, I don't know if you have a lucky charm or something. I mean, the first match you go in and you say, Team Flash will get the chicken dinner. And it seems like that is going to be some big blessings that you've given towards Team Flash. Meanwhile, 1 versus 4, I'm not too sure if I believe in big miracles at this moment, especially up against Team Flash. But I think that they've already got all the info they need. So they're just going to send 2 members for the moment. And that will secure it. Team Flash are your winners here in Rondo.
All right, Team Flash solidifying their legend as the #1 top performing team on Rondo so far in this tournament. Congratulations once again, Team Flash, for getting this match number 19 in the bag. And of course, yeah, this is actually my first time that I got a prediction right. I always get it wrong. But yeah, Team Flash, I mean, you had the statistics, you had the track record, you had the leaderboards to prove it. So I'm not really surprised. Maybe I don't know. I'm just glad I'm not wrong. You know, like put a bad luck charm on them. But yeah, Team Flash once again, and these are their team stats: Zeus with 6 kills, Win with 6 eliminations, Stops with 1, and Boast with 0. And yep, Rondo, match number 19. Congratulations once again, FL.
Yeah, overall, I think like they definitely worked together as a unit so well. You saw there were instances where they could have actually been crushed, but that push coming from Win absolutely saved them in that hurdle up the hill up against Tribe Aramacy, or else they would have been actually been wiped out because they were on that low ground instead. So it's just incredible how this team actually operates on the aggression, on the defense, and the trades that just pretty much overwhelms all the other team.
Oh, yeah. Pointed that out. I actually forgot about that. If Win didn't get that grenade kill up against AST, would have been all over for Team Flash. And I mean, MVP in the running, pretty big gap from number 2 of the candidates. I mean, FL Win is absolutely winning, absolutely insane. I think this guy's just a practical legend at this point. But yeah, these are the teams to watch. Of course, Team Flash up in the first, but Tribe Aramacy suddenly, all of a sudden, hitting double digits on the elimination points. And of course, DK are #1 ranking since day number 3. We do have to watch out for them. And Tianba is actually performing quite interestingly in this first Rondo map. Let's see if they can bring those consistencies in the next 5 maps tonight. But you know what? Right now, Team Flash is still on a roll. ASC is slowly improving.
Yeah, and I absolutely love the stats when we compare both Zeus as well as QZZ. Of course, these are players from Tenba as well as Team Flash, respectively. You take a look at the damage. Tenba QZZ has actually done more in comparison to Zeus. And when it comes down to conversion rate as well, he's been able to nab 7 players across the lobby. And that is what? 70% of the contribution. Well, Team Flash, they're not too concerned because other than Zeus, you still have Win fragging out as well. And surprisingly enough, it's actually Noble that is the MVP of the round.
Okay, Noble with the 8 eliminations. Okay, that's actually, that's a pretty good reason to get the MVP. I mean, 8 eliminations with 1338 damage. Absolutely insane. Noble is one of the reasons why DK pretty much has themselves on top of the leaderboards since day number 3. And yeah, coming in second is actually QZZ from Tianba. And number 3 is Zeus from FL. Number 4 will be Win, with Zeus and Win each having 6 eliminations, and QZZ with 7 eliminations. Of course, we saw a while ago, Noble did have 8 eliminations. Decent amount of damage too. Except for Win with 871, didn't quite cross the 1,000-point mark, but still a very, very incredible performance. And I mean, we saw a while ago absolutely crazy grenade throw that changed the tempo of the game. But yeah, these are the match leaderboards. Of course, Team Flash with the chicken dinner and 13 eliminations, they have a total of 23 points. Come in second, however, Stripe Aramasi placement points 3, 12 eliminations with 15 total points. Equals Kia with 11 eliminations, Tianba with 10, Alter Ego with 10. This is what makes Rondo just absolutely crazy as a map. We can see so much eliminations coming in.
Yeah, and to me, like initially when we talked about Rondo, you made that comparison as well. Oh, Sanhok, I kind of miss it. But I really do generally feel Rondo is even crazier. I mean, sure, the size is humongous. It's going to be hard for you to just bump into somebody else. But we quickly go through the stats before we elaborate a little bit further. 94 total knockouts. This will be a norm when we move into this map with all these teams really duking it all out. Of course, unfortunately, E-Arena, Team Secret, they didn't really have too deep of a run this time around. Well, looking at the airdrops, there's only 3 players that did manage to go in for that stash as well. And as this case continues, D plus Kia, they were denied from entering the zone. Therefore, they did not maximize their points too much. But Team Flash, they're looking pretty at the top.
They took back their number 1 ranking from DK. They have 203 points. In fact, they are the first squad to cross the 200-point mark. Minion second is still DK with 196, but they've lost their place to Team Flash, of course. Number 3 is still consistent, PPE. And of course, we see the rest of the teams as well. Weibo Gaming still up the bottom, still 20 points away from Ryla Bros. So, I mean, we still have a couple of games left to go, but this one, AST, up 1 rank, and they're 23 points away from DX. So let's just see what happens if AST will suddenly go beast mode all of a sudden in the next maps. But yeah, it was a pretty interesting Rondo map. So you know what, Contra rather. I did win the predictions, but let's see what happens in the next match.
Congrats to you for finally getting your 1 point. And I got to play catch up right now because I'm the one sitting at 0. But, my call was close, but not quite there enough because you saw D plus Kia. They were inside the stadium hoping that a lot of teams would come and challenge them. But because they took too long over in that section, and that zone just kept shifting over and over, and all these teams who are already planted there, it's like, hey guys, we could just sit here and chill for a very long time. Tenba was part of this, ASD was part of this, and we'll have to see, now that we're prepping ourselves up for Wrangle, what will they cook up this time around? We'll be back after a couple minutes, so don't go anywhere.
And we are back to Clash of Giants Season 7. This is day number 4 of the Grand Finals, and we just saw map number 1. We saw that Rondo being absolutely crushed by Team Flash, and now it's going to be going on to map number 2. All new map. We only have one Rondo. We only have one explosive map from Rondo starting the game off. And right now we're going to be going to Erangel and then later the Miramars as well. You know, pretty standard maps. And yeah, this is actually the match schedule for tonight. We had match number 19 with Team Flash. We're going to be seeing Erangel later on. And well, Contra, what do you think about Erangel?
Well, what I really do like is the kind of tempo shift that these players will be working on, because last round it was chaotic. Like, we can barely see, like, oh, how many teams were actually fighting each other? Probably the entire lobby was fighting each other, right? So this time around, D plus Kia probably prefers this kind of steady pacing where they've been able to dominate and win plenty of their chicken dinners in Erangel. So definitely this has been their best map so far. Last round, a little unfortunate with the zone shifting all the way hard north. Meanwhile, E-Arena also fancies a chance in this map since last round they didn't really get to play all too much.
Yeah, and well, let's just see if it'll be a little bit different in Erangel. But I have a prediction. I'm going to be betting on Tribe Ermacy this time around. How about you?
Ooh, okay, I want to earn my point. So
yeah.
I'm going to go for D plus Kia again just to try to earn my point. And after that, I'm just going to go for other teams. I just need to tie with production at the very least.
There we go, Team Flash. All right.
Okay. I like it. I like it.
I mean, DK and Team Flash, they're both like rooted on statistics. I know DK is top 1 on Erangel, and Erangel has like 3 Erangel maps each day. So, I mean, we can trust their statistics more. And Team Flash has been proving themselves in the overall rankings and the overall tournament. So yeah, pretty solid predictions from you guys. But you know what? I'm an old schooler at heart. I still believe in Tribe Ermacy, and they did really, really well in Rondo. They had double digits on the eliminations. And if FL's win just didn't like throw them off with that grenade, maybe we could have seen a chicken dinner. But right now, yeah, it's gonna be a new map. It's gonna be Erangel. So let's see what our 18 teams are made of this time around.
Yeah, I'm absolutely excited for this one. I think that even on that last round, the Empire Esports were fighting hard as well. What I really do like is how these teams navigate their way around the map as well, because you think about certain teams, like they don't really show too much of their cards in the early game. Vampire Esports was so late game focused that they're willing to actually camp inside the blue zone and then shift in a little rather later. So I kind of could see there's just so many different ways that these teams are really putting up on the table just to tell everybody out there that, hey, camping in the middle of the zone isn't exactly going to win you that game, because sometimes sweeping from the edges, taking those aggressive fights are the way to go. And speaking of which, this time in Erangel, it is going to be a little bit different compared to what we see in Rondo, but nevertheless, it's going to be just as exciting as we drop into our first Wrangle of the night.
Oh man, very, very familiar Erangel map. We're going to be seeing the Pachinki, the Snovkar military base school, everything, Georgia Pool, very, very familiar names. And it looks like the flight path is actually pretty similar from the first one. I don't know what's happening right now. Starting off from the eastern part, Milter Power Plant, and going up to Jarki all the way in the northwest. But it's the drop-offs are going to be probably a little bit better than Rondo. I mean, in Rondo, we saw a lot of compounding, probably because Rondo is just a little bit less familiar for the teams. But right now, we know these teams, they have their favorite drop-off zones, and maybe not. We're going to be seeing some early game engagements. We'll have to wait and see, because that lane is already halfway through Wrangle.
Yeah, and what I've been impressed with the stats right now is that Rules out of TTK has been really topping the charts with his elimination points, with his damage output, and the most knockouts. This guy is an overachiever. But yet again, you know, the rest of TTK has got to continue to
keep pushing since they're not going to be having the most points at the moment. Currently sitting at 11 for the last we checked, but there's definitely some avenues that they can find right now. AST, they control the entire side of middle power, but it ends up over on the course of Primas, Quarry, as well as Gaka. I guess you could say it's fair because everyone else is not in the zone just yet, but we're already seeing a little bit of love taps. Team Flash, they've already secured all these big fights. And what's going on here? Okay, now I see T2K. You're onto something up against A.
Oh my gosh, already. Okay, DRS getting some kills in. Tian but already lost one player to the knockdown. DRS, they're not doing too well. Oh my gosh, example. First person down in the previous game now. I think they're trying to carry this game alongside Frag. 2 versus I don't know how many from Tian. Okay, Frag falls as well. It's just example that's gonna be left. There's no revives to save you in a wrangle. So Tianba, they have information. They know example is somewhere over here. I don't know if this guy can give the revive to the rest of their players, but let's just wait and see. Right here in the PUBG, we got a T2K nearby Alter Ego. Oh, gets spotted in the rooftop. That's 1 down for T2K, but it's not the elimination just yet. Igneous already has 2 eliminations in the back. I think they're trying to hunt down the last person. Alpha trying to run away. Oh man, let's see if they get caught. Jaya trying to get this shot, and out in the open, not a good place to be, but they are fighting back. Looks like Alter Ego will be saying goodbye, however, and we're seeing DRS as well having their own fight.
Oh, we're even having sticky grenades being tossed over the corner, but it will be won out by none other than Tampa. DRS unfortunately walks away with no points. The battle continues with the rest of Vampire Esports now. Charging right through. There's barely enough space. Goes for the drop shot. Not quite really finding it though. 1 member left for side Vampires, but Ryla Bros, they've been wiped out. Another ace this time around for Vampire Esports, but it came at a cost. 1 player taken out Cole, and just like that, how many teams are we left again? 3 teams are already out.
Oh my gosh. Pretty fast game. I mean, everyone's out for blood. You're thinking day number 4, everyone's going to be playing a little bit safe, but not right now. Igneous takes a bit of damage, already down more than half health from DG. So pretty interesting from Tribe Aramacy trying to get their second elimination. I mean, we're seeing already 1 elimination on their team. Let's see if Tribe Aramacy can hold this consistency that they've shown from Rondo. Right now, 13 teams left, 50 players standing. We're only less than 5 minutes into this Erangel map. Everyone's just absolutely insane. And I mean, 4 minutes, how can you pretty much loot the place up? You don't have good guns yet, you don't have much ammo, you don't have much armor yet. So absolutely insane. And it looks like a while ago we did see there were no teams inside of their circle. So we're seeing some early rotations coming in, especially with EA from JPX, maybe EA really soon. They've actually split up. But yeah, we're going to be watching Tribe Aramacy versus C2K still at the warehouse.
Yeah, these 2 teams are pretty much gridlock inside of this Vitaka terrain. Meanwhile, that swing from Igneous was beautiful with that micro Uzi. But Trix is waiting with the DBS by the corner wall. He spots his back. Oh, risky moves. But he's been able to steer clear away from that danger. Meanwhile, reset's going through. And, this is the pride of South Asia at stake. Which one is the better team, T2K? Or could it be AST? I mean, overall, rules have been showing up so many of all these altercations with plenty of wins, but he was taken out very early on, and AST is feeling very confident with the absence of rules this time around.
Right. I mean, let's see what T2K does with this rate. I mean, Igneous, they manage to heal up, but quickly loses their health. Oh, not a very good place to be. Lotoke gets those 2. That's a wipeout, and T2K says goodbye with Tribe Aramacy walking away with 4 eliminations. But they have to keep on moving right now. They're a bit far from the circle, so I mean, with no one else nearby, I think they can go ahead and give that rotations in. And Team Seeker's just a little bit far as well. They're up here in Georgia Pool, just looting the place out. I mean, we're still 6 minutes in. Everyone's settling in, but very interesting couple of minutes so far. We're down to 12 teams already.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a gruesome round overall for those players that might be looking to play a slower tempo. You saw AST, they just looted up the entire middle power and chose to swing up north because they would expect, these two teams, Alter Ego, as well as, of course, their opponents earlier, TTK, they love to go in for those kind of fights. And it doesn't seem like they've been able to fully capitalize after winning it out. They were rotating rather late, so they found themselves locked out. Meanwhile, going back to the rest of the teams who are looking to secure themselves a spot, whether it's Gatka or so. So along these regions of the farmhouses over the south side is going to be some key areas to really hold towards the late game. Meanwhile, I think plenty of teams are still over on the outskirts. It will definitely take them a while before they can actually get more done. Jichang Phalanx, they are the first one to be on board though, but the decision making is to be camping themselves inside of the township of Fairpier. I think that's a relatively good choice because it can at least secure them about 2 to 3 zones if played right.
Yeah, definitely. So GPX early rotations coming in, but looks like Deepless Kia might be contesting this area. I don't know, they're already in position. They have the high ground, but they're not engaging yet. So GPX definitely has to watch their backs. And if they have scopes out, they probably spotted Nobu right now. I mean, they're out in the open, but no engagements yet. They're not being trigger happy too much just yet, but they will be orbiting each other for quite a while. I mean, they're inside of the circle, they're inside of the play zone, so I mean, they can safely go ahead and try to get some pickoffs right now, but it's not going to be a good angle because okay, they're getting some shots in, trying to get some of the cars, but they're going to be trades of bullets. And JPX manages to land a bit of damage against Nobu. And Nobu, I think they're focusing on trying to get those cars down, but yeah. Still no casualties, so it's fine. And this is the map, of course, ASU just a little bit far off. JPE still on Georgia Pool. Everyone else trying to rotate in. I think it's going to be a little bit of a bloodbath later on, depending if there's some teams to try to go ahead and get those gatekeep teams. Potentially TT and FL might run into each other, but you know what? Let's just see.
Yeah, there's just too many teams going on a cruise right now. Well, hopefully they will be able to really get themselves a space, especially with this zone that's showing us plenty of all these water terrains that's absolutely unplayable. So more often than not, this really confirms it that it is going to be the zone that's going to be moving into either the core region or closer towards Fairpier. Could also be a very safe bet for the meantime. Tampa, they opt to actually take the spot around the lighthouse, so that could be a very powerful position inside the zone. D plus Kia, despite seeing a lot of teams moving across the field, they hunker down onto that spot because that is one of the best spots possible if you're going to be looking to pick off teams that's around Gatka or even onto the regions of priority. Speaking of picking off, teams are already going into the tick action. Team Secret, they just look past these members of the E plus Kia, and who knows, they might just be the ones to take them down.
Interesting. It's like, just one spark, and this is just gonna get really, really violent. DK and TS kind of know that there's someone out there, but they're not engaging. Look at this. Osel just right behind the tree. They can see those vehicles. They can hear those vehicles. They're not doing anything about it just yet. So, DK, I mean, they're trying to go aggressive right now. They definitely need that aggression, especially with 0 eliminations right now. But without a scope, I don't know if Otsal can do anything about this. Let's just see. I mean, definitely Team Flash didn't quite take a bit of damage, just a little for Zeus, but otherwise they're fine. They have 4 eliminations already. And Socom Digi right around the corner. They're very, very nearby. Let's see if we're going to be seeing, an engagement or... Oh, it looks like actually Socom Digi is disengaging. So Apple's going to be left alone in this area.
Yeah, they know that this is going to be too hard for them to really push up as well, to really fully go on for the challenge. And especially this being Team Flash, this is a team that nobody really want to fully mess with. Speaking of which, they still have Light trying to tap around the corner. And he's actually Adik Luke from the picture that was being given. Well, Adik Luke has been known in Malaysia to be the king of snipers, but he's always been adaptable. He's now switched over to, I love all these DMRs as well as the rest of it being M4. So he'll continue to pepper spray them from afar. Meanwhile, take a look at the zone. Absolutely dominated by JPX, who's actually taking that shoreline very, very early on. But they're going on that 2-2 split. I'm not too sure if they're going to be in that focal point of attention because there's not too much cover by the beach.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit nervous for JPX. I mean, they had that early rotation. I mean, there were only 2 teams in the play zone a while ago, and now everyone's kind of surrounding them. But right now, a bit happening at the kill feed. There are 3 different teams in one engagement, one skirmish. But right now, we're looking at Salcom Digi. They have their scopes out, trying to see if they can get a pick off AST right around the corner in their cars. See if they'll try to engage. I mean, we're just kind of watching this out. Ooh, BTR is in a bit of trouble. They lost Camp just now, somewhere out there. Salcom Digi still being just quiet around this map. I don't know. We're not seeing much bullets coming in. But Team Secret, however, they spot BTR. Kimmy just trying to get away. Quite low in health. They're definitely not going to be engaging. But immediately Team Secret's like, okay, they're getting away. Let's go to Team C and let's go to Team Flash. Oh, man. Oh, look at that. Tribe Hermesy domination, 5 eliminations. I'm so glad to see them improving so much. Let's see if they can climb up the leaderboards. But right now, we're also watching a bit of the other teams. The talk is quite low and health. They need to revive. DK's nearby. Not a very good spot to be. The grenade's going to explode really, really soon. Fabian's quite nearby, trying to see if they can get that confirmation in the bag. And also OG as well. But Fabian trying to get a really good angle, trying to see if they can pick off the rest of AST. And it looks like AST is going to be smoked really, really soon. They're down to 1 player. There's DK 3 people here. Oh. And it looks like that's a goodbye for Tribe Hermesy.
I mean, they fought really, really hard for it. 5 points, not too shabby after all, considering this is going to be a wrangle where if that zone doesn't favor you in a shift like this, you just really have to fight your way out, which is what Team Flash is currently doing. Couple of pumps to be able to secure 9 points already for Team Flash. And they just go absolutely crazy on this one. Meanwhile, one member out in the open, Wynn's going to be punished for that. As Zara is now getting chipped by the blue zone, and Team Flash have arrived in this vicinity to make the perfect tenor.
Team Flash really scares me. Absolutely insane. 213 points on the leaderboards already and still in the running for that chicken dinner. But right now, looking at the map, GPX quite smack in the center. Pretty much a bullseye on that play zone. But yeah, they are still safe, but otherwise, not a huge fan on where they positioned. It's just way too open, you know. But because run by Vitality, still up in the running, but they are down to 2 players. Kimmy trying to see if they can get a little bit more pickoffs before they inevitably get swallowed up by the rest of the teams. Rainbow Gaming, meanwhile, says goodbye. We're down to 9 teams, 30 players remaining. E-Arena on our screens, VPE just quite nearby, and Tianba. Okay, Tianba, they said to watch out for Tianba, and right now, let's see if they can get some pickoffs up against GPX, who has been squatting in the same compound for like since stage 2 of the circle.
Wow, he's found the perfect angles up against JPX. I mean, Tianba, maybe I shouldn't really scrutinize them on that position by the shore. I mean, overall, they've been able to actually get a perfect glimpse up against these members of Jason Phoenix. So we'll have to see how this one plays out. And the reason why this is still playable is because there's this crater of a bowl that they're currently holding out defensively. So it's going to be hard for teams to push them for the moment. Meanwhile, seeing the Alliance, they're looking rather solid this time around. But even better is E-Arena. They're also racing up against the rest of the pack. 6 points already now being accrued. Thunder Talk Gaming goes up close and personal up against the Cellcom DG Alliance members. But this is going to be a tough task, 2 versus 4.
Right, 2 versus 4. Let's see who comes up alive after this. Thunder Talk Gaming, there's Cellcom Digi just nearby, coming in from behind. Okay, that's 1, that's 2. Let's see if they can get a 3rd. All right, and Jay's quite nearby with a grenade in hand. Let's see if they can get the shot in. Molotov burning up, but TT still trying to get this last kill in the bag. Cellcom Digi not in a good position. Oh, that's a great throw. And with that, Cellcom Digi says goodbye. We're down to 6 teams.
Yeah, that was just a phenomenal toss right through. And now all these teams hugging tight for space. We're only having 6 teams in what, stage 4? Stage 4, Annie? I mean, this is not something that you would usually see in competitive play. That just goes to show that these are top players across the globe right now hanging out. And you know, a lot of pride and stake is involved to, of course, win every single duel that they could. But JPX, they're falling back into the slow and steady pace. And Arena, they're also trying to bounce their way back up. They are looking to move around that corner of Primas. Should be playing over on the kill side. Wow. Plus Kia spotted out by Zeus.
Okay, T-Flash already lost win, so I mean, they probably still have this in the bag. EA might be in a little bit of trouble, especially with Tops pretty much getting this, but Tops does get knocked down. Oh no, Zeus is also down. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
E-Arena. Oh, E-Arena, they wiped out Team Flash. That was crazy.
It's just so wild out there. And Arena, they just took that golden opportunity because you saw how occupied they were within that form of skirmish. And now it further confirms it. Just by the streets, as well as the shores now being covered. Tenba, JPX, as well as Thunder Talk, they're going to be able to really get a firm hold. Can't really say the same about those coming in from the north, though, because we still have Bose, who's currently well and alive. D plus Kia, they're taking things slow, but I guess there's really good reasons to it because there's not much of a great angle for them to really hold out once they do get into the zone. So taking things nice and easy for the moment. He suspects that grenade, but that was perfect, and that will take out Team Flash.
Oh man, Bose is just trying to stay alive, man, but there's just no place to hide. Look at this. All open space, just a little bit of foliage, just a little bit of trees, but just a little bit outside of the circle. But yeah, we're down to 5 teams, I guess. We're seeing EA, we're seeing Tianpa, we're seeing JPX, we're seeing DK, and we're seeing TT as well. So right now we got like 3 teams with a full squad, and DK has 3 left. We have TT with 2 players left. So pretty good chance that maybe, just maybe, E-Arena might have this in the bag, but still, Tianba still has a chance on getting this chicken dinner. And of course, JPX managed to survive this long. I think they still have a pretty good chance. But right now, we have E-Arena. Sakura has a Tianba lined up right on their scopes. Let's see what they'll do about that positioning.
Yeah, I mean, overall, Arena with this veteran tie roster, they've been looking sublime. Right now, having so many of all these elimination points. Meanwhile, Tianba on that 2-2 split. It's going to be a tough angle for anyone to really spot out. But Joker, is he going to do it? Yes, he does. He rams right into the vehicles. But they were ready to go. Barely surviving. There we have it. It's going to be Joker that will be able to get the shred right through. And now, E-Arena with 11 points are looking absolutely unstoppable. But 30K is being stopped. It's going to be a last stand. And thank goodness NC2 have arrived in the nick of time.
Oh my gosh. E-Arena knew to take that risk. That was absolutely insane. That risk calculation. They knew they had the advantage. And they were not shy on taking that risk. They just went in on the aggressive and got 4 kills from that very cleanly as well. It's just one knockdown that they managed to reset really, really quickly. But right now, their trouble is gonna be JPX, DK, and TZ. Right now, JPX has been showing us they're just playing safe. Look at that, 0 eliminations. They're kind of just existing, you know, and they've been in the same place for like 5 stages, man. 5 stages. JPX just wants to stay alive, and they already have placement points just for surviving. So I respect that. I absolutely respect that. Otherwise, DK is still in the running. They still have 3 players. There's still a chance that they could win this if they manage to overturn the arena. If they manage to get just like a little upper hand up against arena. And of course, Thunder Talks, I mean, they're not really showing their faces just yet, but DK on his own self has been knocked out of their car, getting shot at right now. EA is absolutely on fire, just going on the aggressive, just putting guns right in front of the faces of their opponents, and DK gets wiped out just like that.
Yeah, they only walk away with 5 points in total in the form of eliminations, but it is still top 4 regardless, so they'll be able to, of course, add even more to the tally as compared to what we saw coming from D plus Kira. So they should be holding in that #1 spot after this matchup. We'll have to see if there's the other team to be able to also follow suit. Meanwhile, tags after tags, Nico dive! Oh, he's absolutely exposed, not only towards those that he was attacking, but Tony K from the outskirts have been able to take him out.
But GPX, however, finally getting some damage done against their team. And here, you know, they're not stopping, not even when NC2 needs that revive. It's a good thing NC2 didn't get completely eliminated off. They still have more or less a full squad, especially if they can get this revive in the bag. And of course, we did see JPX very, very safe. I don't know if we're going to be seeing JPX going on the aggressive, but yeah, I guess Crazy is going to go in that. They spot the last person from TT, that's Jay, just trying to crouch on the ground, just trying to stay alive. Maybe hope JPX gets picked off before they get spotted. But yeah, Arena's on a roll right now. They have their targets aligned, trying to get JPX. And they know where JPX is. They're just trying to find an angle, trying to find a plan to kind of go up against them. Let's see if they'll go on the aggressive right now. It looks like they're still staying on the long range as of the moment.
Yeah, they're just going to be moving into the trains. JPX holding firm, but I don't think that actually gets to play out for far too long, as that is a perfect one coming from 30K! Oh my goodness! Ooh. Hollywood pulling off the highs of his life. Now it's going to be a 3. Make it 3 versus 1, as he's been able to find even more in the process. Joker now secures it with one more tap. Now, TT might just actually squeeze this True into the top 2.
20 eliminations. Look at that. Arena has 20 eliminations. These guys are insane. They're going to end this game with 22 eliminations. Oh my gosh. I don't know what's happening with Arena. They're just out for blood for this game. They're going on the aggressive. They're not shy about taking risks. They spot the team. They make a plan, and they go head on, straight on with their cars, going completely on the aggressive, taking the teams by surprise. And well, it paid off. They're up by 20 eliminations. And the placement points are going to come in as well. So Grenade coming in, JPX, Crazy still hiding out, and Jay is still surprisingly alive after all this time. 2 versus 1, however, with Crazy. And there's also Joker nearby, trying to see if they can get some long range grenade throws, but Crazy is just trying to stay alive. Oh my gosh. Okay, they're out in the open. Let's see if they can finally get Crazy right now.
Well, just a little bit of calm before the storms, before the dust settles out. Arena! Oh! Perfect toss. And now that's left. It's only that final member of Thunder Talk, and there's only a few places that they have yet to check, and that is that outpost with a shack for him to play things around with. Jay fancies a chance. I mean, they could absolutely at least take 1 point home. but it's going to be a ring around Rosie. They're waiting for that grenade. Not necessary, though. NC2 dealt the final blow, and E Arena, they get chicken dinner number 2 of the night.
Oh my gosh, E Arena. Look at those stats later on. They're absolutely insane. Not only did they get double digits on the elimination points, they got more than 20 points. I believe 22 final elimination points. That's even worse than the Rondo run. This absolutely insane kind of like risk-taking aggressiveness from E Arena, and it paid off. They got the chicken dinner. They got the elimination points. I'm so excited to see how this will affect the leaderboards later on.
Me too, Annie. Overall, we'll take a look at the team stats as well. E Arena having pretty much a huge one right now, where they've got like 20 over points from just eliminations alone, and now this actually allows them to surge on and leapfrog through the standings later. While we take a look at the damage output, it's crazy how much Sakura has been able to do. 8,100 damage in the span of this round.
Yeah, absolutely insane. We're seeing the rest of the stats as well. Damage taken. Wow, Sakura only had 97 despite doing more than 1,000 damage. Absolutely insane. Of course, the knockouts as well. Sakura 1 from NC2, Trinity with 3, Joker with 4. And just absolutely crazy. Match number 20. I really thought Rondo was like the farm for elimination points, but E Arena said no. Irango, I mean, that's not gonna stop me from getting like 20 plus eliminations. But yeah, I mean, these are the team stats. Healings coming right up. There's already 300 for the side of NC2 and 30k as well. So Sakura has 109, Joker with 229, and I think we're gonna be seeing the teams to watch out of. EA, of course, that's no surprise. They're up at the first part of this lineup. But yeah, Team Flash, of course, we all know why Team Flash definitely needs to be watched. They are number 1 right now. But TT, yep, definitely survived up to the second team, like the second to the last team in this Erangel map. Of course, DK proving themselves as well to be a formidable team. So yeah, totally understand why these are the teams to watch.
Truly, I mean, overall, E Arena have such a massive round in the past banner matchup. Damage-wise, not even close for Thunderthought Gaming. And, well, I guess one that's pretty close is the amount of healing that they do actually get throughout the round. But E Arena is just so smart on how well they just position themselves. Thunderthought, maybe you would say that they went in for a little bit more of a risky play as well, but it didn't quite work out. But it absolutely worked in favor of E Arena's very own Sakura to be this match's MVP.
1,367 damage, 8 eliminations. We did see that a while ago, but still, it's absolutely crazy to kind of think about, you know. MVP, EA's Sakura absolutely crushed it. But, I mean, the rest of their team already did well as well. I think, yep, I was going to say this. The top performer is going to be from E Arena as well. But tops from Team Flash, of course, trying to see if they can match up against the rest of EA. I mean, we have Tourniquet and NC2 up at number 2 and number 3. But Tops has 5 eliminations as well with 641 damage. Unfortunately, EA's Tourniquet and NC2, they do have the line of 800 for their damage. That's why they kind of topped off Tops right now, even though they have the same number of eliminations. And yeah, these are our match leaderboards. Of course, we saw E Arena with 32 whole points and a huge drop to 13 points at number 2 with Team Flash. Thunderthought Gaming with 10, Deepos with 9, Tianbo with 7, Jichun Phalanx and Vampire Esports 6, Tribe Mercy 5, T2K with 4, Salcom GG with 3, BTR and Rel Bros with 1. The rest without any points for this match.
Yeah, overall, E Arena finally have been able to really show their strides over onto the course of the map, and looking at like their former championship form right now, despite this being pretty much the off season, we're also looking at a lot of all these teams who are trying their little best to be able to outduel international teams. Of course, these numbers don't look as inflated as compared to Rondo, but to my surprise, these teams, you saw how little space that there was to really play things out. Still, there was 2 airdrops, which is absolutely useful in some of all these team fights. Now, one thing that was interesting throughout the stats that I saw was also that Team Flash, they didn't really use too many utilities this round itself. So, of course, now we get our glimpse onto the Grand Finals overall rankings. And once more, it is Team Flash as well as DK to make the top 2. Vampire Esports does have a significant gap before Arena closes right across, but it will still require, 4 more matches to see does Arena convert this momentum into something huge. Well, the rest of the pack definitely has a lot more that they need to do. So certain teams who are maybe around the lower spectrum might just be looking to play spoilers.
Yeah, I mean, slowly but surely, some of these teams are climbing up, changing their fate. But Arena definitely did something in this round. If we saw a while ago, the Delta check for the leaderboards, there were 6 whole ranks up for Arena. They placed themselves at number 4. Now they are like pretty much trying to overtake Vampire Esports, Team Flash, GK. They're up with the big names for this tournament. And of course, we're going to be seeing our next match later on. We will be taking a short break as usual. So to those of you tuning in, thank you so much, and we'll be seeing you in a few minutes.
And we're back in action as we've already concluded such a quick round inside of Wrangle. This time we are revisiting the dusty dunes of Miramar before we head back to Wrangle once more to eventually close out the night. But it's been quite the interesting halfway mark, Annie. I mean, overall, the amount of fights in the early game was absolutely tantalizing to watch. Now, moving to Miramar, I feel like this is continuing as a trend throughout the entire course of the tournament to see who's going to be the king of the desert.
Yeah, and I really, really hope that the trend of, the early game engagement is going to carry over to Miramar, because usually Miramar is kind of a quiet map. There's a lot of camping. There's a lot of waiting, of course, for this circle to kind of close in. But yeah, we will be seeing 2 Miramars in a row, and right now this is the stats for which Team Flash once again at number 1, doing really, really well on this particular map. But number 2 will be TT, however, so very, very interesting with the average rank points actually tying with Team Flash. Number 3 is BTR, number 4 is Vampire Esports. So I don't know. There's a pretty big gap between TT plus Team Flash and of course Vampire Esports and the like. But yeah, we are gonna be getting their caster predictions as well. Who do I choose? Who do I choose? I guess I'm going safe right now with Team Flash.
Okay, go ahead for that, because I've been looking at the the charts and some of the data. I think Vampire Esports, they have been on a really good hurdle for the past couple of games already. So I'm hoping that eventually they can look to seal the deal. So that's going to be my pick for now. So production, are you going to one-up us again? We'll have to see. What's it going to be? Come on. Oh, don't be shy. Team Secret. Oh, very, very interesting pick. I kind of like it.
All right. I respect that. Team Secret is a pretty good team from Miramar. Let's see how they'll do. But right now, I'm me and Team Flash, Vampire Esports, Team Secret. Some pretty big names, some pretty old names that is on the PUBG scene. So, you know what? Let's just keep on watching. Let's see how this Miramar map will do for this day number 4. I mean, we saw like a couple days ago, the teams did fight it out against each other in Miramar already. But it's a new day. We're seeing some really good improvements as from some teams. We're seeing Thunder Talk all of a sudden, Tianpa, and we're also seeing Tribe Armacy all of a sudden. Even E-Arena just boosting themselves up from that previous map. So this is going to be really interesting. I hope to see some surprises in Miramar later on.
Oh, yeah. This is actually one of my favorite maps out there when it comes down to, global level performances. So all these teams, they're not going to easily butt from certain areas if you're going to challenge them in the city. So hop drops might still be a thing. I think we've got every map with a hop drop so far. And just from certain rounds coming from the past days as well, this could continuously be a fight for that territory as we now take off into the Dusty Dunes. This is going to be coming in from the North Point. So this flight is going to look to be skewered pretty much around that northern area into the eastern corner of the map. So interesting on how it actually goes through. So I guess Chumasera is going to be a little bit of a long stretch, but hey, there's still plenty of cities for them to opt for Plan B.
Okay, interesting flight path. Still a bunch of hot drops, but still, Valle de Mar a little bit too far. To be honestly honest, people don't really like that place, but El Pozo is accessible at this rate. There's still a lot of places to pick out on, but let's just wait and see, because in the previous few maps, we're seeing a lot of early game engagements. In fact, there's a huge chunk of teams, a huge chunk of players that get picked off really, really early on in the past maps today. So if the trend continues, maybe we're going to be seeing some violence very, very early on. But right now, we're just kind of watching everyone drop off on their favorite places, and they're just going to be looting for now.
Yep, and it's going to be Thunder Talk that's going to be pretty much smack dab around the region alongside with AST. So Trap Armacy might be plotting another attack just like how they did up against T2K. And, well, it's going to be the rest of Nongshim Red Force to once again go on a duke out inside of the city of St. Martin. And Nongshim found a target, knocks him down. Going to be playing with them for a moment until he gets pretty much absolutely blasted. And just like that, a clean finish up against E-Arena.
Arena's still there, but winning, but AE managed to find Tianpa, and I think Aching is kind of a little bit in trouble over there. Oh, it's gonna be QZ that's all gonna be left, and AE is gonna be going on the aggressive as well. So let's see if QZ is gonna survive this. I don't think they're gonna be surviving for long, but maybe, just maybe, manage to hide out long enough to get some placement points, but I don't think it's gonna happen, especially with Alter Ego going absolutely insane trying to hunt down the last player of Champa. So they're quite nearby, but they're still playing it safe. They don't want to get picked off so early on, but they're definitely trying. They're nearing QZZ, and sooner or later they're gonna be getting this one last elimination. Let's just see, a little bit more patience. Okay, grenade coming in. Oh, almost, but it's not enough. But with a few more bullets, that is going to be a finisher for Tianpa.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate. I think like the moment that they knew that he's pretty much hiding by the corner is when he tried to really hook open that grenade. And now it's the full swarm coming from Team Secret as well, flushing up against that member of JPX. It's going to be a 1-for-1 for the meantime, as there's one member of Team Secret now being knocked down. Fall is a brand new name. It seems like a lot of all these teams who are playing the offseason right now, they're probably testing new rosters. So, of course, those of guys who love to, share the latest news, gossip online, well, there's definitely a lot of positive changes that is now being brought right in, and you guys are watching it here, despite us not really knowing who exactly could that be. All these players, they love to really hide their real IGN, and we'll just have to find out. Meanwhile, Jichan Phalanx once again going on for this push, and it's just a little bit risky because they're moving into the farmhouse, and the rest of Team Secret are looking ready for this engagement.
Grenades coming in. Hollywood is gonna be falling. Not yet a confirmation, but it's Yukai versus the last visible player from JPX. And look at that, 14 teams left. Not even 5 minutes into the game, so it still holds. The early game engagements still holds 3 maps later tonight. So, Team Secret, 1 each team player. They have 1 elimination each. And of course, EA, all of a sudden, the first to fall in this map. Maybe just slight bit of bad luck, on the drop-off points, on the resources that they looted. But yeah, I think everyone is settled in since we're 5 minutes into the game. I think everyone has some pretty good guns right now, and all they have to do is kind of go ahead and rotate into some pretty good places to stay in, especially with the teams that are still quite far off from the play zone.
Yeah, overall, it's been pretty much a very neutral kind of zone for them to actually play out for this very first phase. So, isn't all too daunting. The only problem is when these teams up north tries to cut into the zone, and then we're going to see perhaps them being gated off from reaching around those areas. I'm looking at the mini-map earlier, and I thought that perhaps there might just be a fight between DRS alongside with potentially Celcom Digital Lines and maybe even Alter Ego. As for T2K, they've been able to just really hold the top end of Power Grid along these valleys where they've been able to really reach the peak of it. So perhaps there's going to be some avenues where they could potentially pick up players from all the way downtown. Meanwhile, DRS, they're lurking around. Rosemary, he's been the major carry throughout the season in the PMSL Southeast Asia for, of course, his respective team, Alter Ego Ares. But I don't think he suspects much at the moment, but he does know for a fact that this is rather a popular area for teams to eventually move towards. So maybe he does have that inkling or spidey senses to tell him like, oh, maybe I should just stay indoors. Thankfully so, not being picked off just yet. As the rest of DRS, they're slowly creeping in. I think Alva have relayed that info back towards his teammates that there are indeed some players around, but there's the swinging by. Oh, shots from YT. He does hit the mark, and now tries to swing it back towards the side of Alva. He's going prone, but can he actually find the mark? Yes, he does. Killer YT gets a double.
Nice one from Killer YT over there. That was a 2 versus 1, just a little bit of a hiccup on the execution from Alter Ego over there, but Killer YT took that chance, gave that punishment up against Alter Ego, and now they're down by 2 players. I don't know what the DRS is planning right now, but they definitely have the numbers advantage, but nowhere near Alter Ego in this mini map. So I guess Alter Ego is gonna back off for now because they know they are not in a good position right now. But oh wow, T2K versus NS. Okay, let's see. XZY, a little bit of sprays on. Spots the T2K up at the distance, up in the upper ground. But Maharani Dawn cooking up a grenade, throwing in. Let's see if it's gonna hit XZY. I don't think it's gonna do just that. But on the other hand, forces XZY to quite go outside. Some sprays in, but definitely not enough for a knockout just yet.
I just love how he plays around those vehicles as if it's a perfect bunker for him. And he just knows very well how to really cover himself just to really avoid all these kind of threat coming from Maharani Dawn. While that's happening, there's 2 members out of Nongshim Red Force pushing up the hillside, and Maharani Dawn, she does know that this is going to be an imminent threat. So we'll have to see what she's able to do with this kind of information, because she's now being left all alone. And the rest of T2K, they got to really find a way, an avenue. Meanwhile, after you go on a push, he does find one. Krypton at least get to avenge his fallen comrades. But for the meantime, Snake, he's been able to claim yet another. These players are bleeding by the blue zone. So this has to be settled really swiftly.
Yeah, when we stage 2 circle, probably stage 3 really soon. They have to end this quite soon, especially with DRS down by 2 players now. AE managed to keep them down a peg. 2 versus 2. Killer YT still gets the both of them. Oh my gosh. Killer YT has a grudge up against Alter Ego. That was absolutely crazy, but they have to get out right now. Right now, it's going to be Nongshim versus T2K going up against each other. 2 versus 2 in this angle, but TZ is quite nearby. Maharani Dawn is also kind of getting some vision up for T2K. But right now, Rots OG has crosshairs out. If TZ just pops their head out, it's all over. But right now, Rots OG not gonna be too trigger happy right now, and everyone's kind of just waiting for the right moment to start. T2K is cooking up grenades, however, just 2 grenades. Rots OG throwing in. He's gonna take a bit of damage on the side of Nongshim, but it's not gonna be enough. It's just about a 33% damage taken on their side. So let's see what their next move is gonna be.
Yeah, rules. He just knows that they're hunting out onto that side of the compound. And it's pretty much a tough gridlock, but they do get a catch over onto the corner. Rules. He once again have been able to spot out, all thanks to Maharani Dawn. Meanwhile, TZ is running right across. He's only got that UMP, and he's been able to really shred some damage, but he's got pretty much flush around that corner. Maharani Dawn a little further out, and that's going to be a pin coming in from Igneous all across the map as well. A tit for tat, and now this could be an opening for Maharani to look for conversion, as she's trying to go in for the save to rescue Rules, because this guy has been the main hitman for the team.
Oh man, it was quite messy actually, but it's a good thing both of the teams are kind of still surviving. Okay, T2K took a bit of damage from that grenade, and now they're very low on health. There's a Molotov nearby. Oh my gosh, Maharani Dawn's a bit in trouble. Rots OG manages to heal up, but Toxie going in for the aggressive, going in trying to see if they can get this last few hit points from Maharani Dawn, and where we have it, we have a knockdown. That circle's gonna close in. Rots OG is gonna be pretty pressured on, but Toxie has got a knockdown as well. That's a finisher as well. That's a 1 on on their side. And as they're trying to stay alive, especially XCY, still quite a bit far off from T2K. But I don't know, I guess they're trying to prioritize getting these last few elimination points before backing away, but they definitely have to keep on moving very, very soon.
Yeah, it is very far from where they really need to be as well. Meanwhile, we're also looking at the minimap. On the outskirts, there's also Team Secret, who's been lurking around, hearing all these gunshots. And DRS, to get the knockover onto also, that's going to be pretty huge right at this moment. DK, they're not entirely in the zone just yet. They're being gated off by DRS, who's inside of St. Martin right now. Meanwhile, Maharani Don comes back up alive. Rules so far have been pulling those numbers back. Fall over on the top side of the field. Team Secret, they've been lurking for some time now. And those shred of damage might just be good enough, but he's bleeding by the blue zone. Is there enough time? XCY, he's got to find it. And he is now pretty much stuck in the corner. T2K wiped the floor clean.
Oh my gosh. We have a Team Secret, however, with 6 eliminations already. We're down to 11 teams and 37 players up here in Miramar. And there's still a considerable amount of people here in the blue zone. Definitely needs moving. T2K is still holding their position. TS quite nearby, but one of them's already disengaging. Let's see what a GK will do in this position. RUTHLESS, Marani Don, they're still inside this compound, and once they step outside, Jukai is going to do something about that. But however, right now, still camping out. Marani Don right out in the open. Jukai has a bit of information, not taking the shot, however. Oh, okay, that was a pretty open shot. I don't know, not moving just yet. Don't want to give off too much information. Okay, that's a knockdown. There's still RUTHLESS. It's going to be nearby. Their time is ticking with the stage 3 circle that's already swallowing them up. There's another person from Team Secret just hovering about nearby, but I don't know if they still need their help. RUTHLESS just needs to do one last mistake, and I mean, it might be over for T2K.
Yeah, he's just playing it rather safely. He does know for a fact that there's one planet over the hillside, so he's going to see whether if he could just wiggle his way into the zone by any chance. Meanwhile, Fall letting loose of a couple stray shots over onto some members of VRO. Meanwhile, a uphill fight as Tribe Armacy once again annihilates one member of the side of Turtle Talk. They're only good for 1 point this time around. Slight improvements very gradually for the side of Turtle Talk for today. Despite having a win yesterday, doesn't seem like today's been a smooth cruise for them. Meanwhile, Team Flash, South Competition Alliance, Weibo, they're in the zone. Prime location for the side of AST as well. It is looking to be a very, very difficult terrain to play with.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of open spaces, just like previous Erangel match. But yeah, right now, kind of just waiting about 9 teams left. There are a couple of squad pick-offs just now, but it looks like Bro just have one kill up against TS. Now TS is down to 3 teams. Mustard D trying to get some sprays on. Not seeing anything popping up except for that one elimination a while ago. Gonna go on to that car trying to see if they can reposition. But right now, Jackie nearby, trying to see if they can get some angles up against DK. It's joining Frey right now, just joining the circle. But they do have to keep them moving later on. There's about 400 meters away from that next circle, from the stage 4 circle. And that blue zone is closing in. And we're just kind of forced to move now that considerable amount of damage. But Jackie, speaking of damage, taking a bit of damage from those bullets. Weibo Gaming still up and about. 3 eliminations already. Let's see how they do. They're inside of the circle. They're safe, but for how long since Team Flash is nearby?
Yeah, what I've really learned from these past couple of rounds is that Greed is actually really good. And then you take a look at Team Secret, they're willing to commit themselves so deep into the blue zone to farm out, 10 whopping points at this moment. Like, I didn't really expect this to be, those early game results that they will be able to churn. But the rest of the production crew, they're absolutely onto something when they say, hey, you know what? Team Secret, they absolutely look hot inside of Miramar, which is why they went in for the pick. Meanwhile, airdrop looted from the side of Red Bull. Ryla Bros Esports now trying to get better entry into the areas of the zone as they're still looking around the power grid. But the problem is they've been withheld by those members of Team Secret, so they're looking to take the fight upon them as they drive right into the bull. Is this going to be a big setup? Yes, it is. Up against UK.
Okay, a bit of damage here there. DK getting a kill up against Bro. Okay, Jukai falls with a frying pan. Very interesting choice. Grenades being exchanged between Team Secret and Bro. Okay. That's 2 versus 1. Himson trying to go for the aggressive. Team Secret right behind it. Gets hit by that grenade from Vampire Esports. That was a stolen kill from Himson. Now Himson's getting targeted himself. We have it. A bit of grenades coming in. Chip down half their health. And Master D rather is also getting targeted. Took a bit of damage from that. Vampire Esports has them a bit of surrounded, and there's DK right behind them as well. It's not a good spot for Bro to be in, but they are fighting back. A bit of grenades coming in from Master D. So just a little bit of here and there. There's a bit of damage coming in. Alright, Vampire Esports has a lot of damage done. They have a bunch of teams up in their scopes, and there's still a lot of teams outside of the circle, but they're not going to be moving too much. I mean, there's a lot of elimination points potentially to be had outside of this circle, so they're staying here. They're trying to see if they can get some pickoffs before they move into safety.
Yeah, there's already a fight erupting between ASC as well as D plus Kia. They're being held by the very far corner. Also, dealing with the situation all alone while Chips is literally being chipped out of this matchup. Vampire Esports have been able to capitalize on this situation since they do have some high ground advantage for the moment. Slowly bleeding out, but that member of D plus Kia needs to actually trade back, and that's Fabian, who's currently hiding himself over on the opposite side of the field. He kind of knows that Chips is a lost cause, so he's not going to be able to really do too much about that situation. Seongjin Woo literally solo leveling right there.
That's so true. I was like, oh, this guy loves solo leveling. But yeah, all the well, Vampire Esports, Lazarus, some sprays here and there up against Team Flash. Team Flash is surviving really, really well, but Vampire Esports, I mean, these guys are absolutely insane. Tribe Ermacy trying to see if they can get in to the game. Right now, they're gatekeeping this area up against DK. Fabian already fell. A bit of damage here and there. Fabian taken down by DJ, and that is one less team left to worry about. We're down to 5 teams. It's actually Rebel Gaming, Vampire Esports, Tribe RMC, Celcom Digi, and Team Flash. So a bunch of big names coming in. Vampire Esports, in fact, with 8 eliminations already, trying to look for their 9th. There's a team nearby. Let's see if they can get this kill against them.
8 points, and they're already sweeping over on the edges, still holding on to the high grounds. So it's a very powerful position, but the problem is they don't really know the whereabouts of the rest of Weibo for the meantime. Zook is always that tactical player to quickly reposition when he knows that this shift is not going to benefit him. So he's kind of rocking up this foothill where it could be a blind spot for some of the members of Vampire Esports for the meantime. But I would say blind spot, but over on the other side of the hill, it is going to be Red Bull that still spots him out. Vampire Esports now looking for the Tanner. Not quite claiming it just yet, though. Well, there is also Bose, who's currently looking for the sack. He lands it just in the nick of time for him to find a little bit more cover, and that is closer to the central zone. The problem for Vampire Esports now descending around that area into a potential shift is going to be problematic. So if the zone does benefit them, then the rest of the team, they got to be concerned about the rest of VPE.
Yeah, in just a couple of seconds, we'll know exactly where that circle is going to wind up. We're already stage 6. Hopefully, we're not going to be seeing stage 7 or 8 later on. I mean, this is already pretty interesting. I mean, everyone's kind of going on the aggressive, and there's a lot of teams out in the open. They can't just camp out on the buildings right now. It looks like we have our next circle. There's just a couple of places to hide out in, and Weibo Gaming has one structure already on their side. Both just trying to stay alive, but we're seeing Sakam Digi kind of trying to get their kills up against both, just trying to exist, just trying to stay alive. These guys trying to get this elimination on their side. Sakam Digi, they definitely have to work a little bit harder with those zero eliminations, but it's a good thing. They already have some placement points on their side. But however, Vampire Esports pretty good running for the chicken dinner right now alongside Tribe Aramacy. So among these two teams, I think we're gonna be seeing our chicken dinner winners very, very soon. But right now, still Tribe Aramacy trying to get the high ground. Shouldn't the team nearby as well, getting the peak of this structure. But otherwise, it's just exchanges of bullets here and there, but not really anything popping up on the kill feed.
It's just so hard to really pick off these players of AST from this high ground. And I guess eventually DG has to also descend. So we'll have to see how do they actually do so safely, because they've attracted just about enough attention, especially with them tagging onto Cellcom DG Alliance. The problematic thing about CD Alliance current position is that if it shifts any deeper, they're going to lose half of their compound. Vampire Esports now looking to secure the shack as they drop nades after grenades over onto Bose. Not quite hitting the mark though, so they will have to try again to see if they can find that perfect toss into that tiny little window. And here goes. That temp brings Bose so low. And there we have it. 2 nades to settle the score.
There we have it indeed. 4 more teams left. Tribe Aramacy, Vampire Esports still running, Weibo Gaming still alive, Sakam Digi still alive as well, trying to get the first elimination right now. They have their scopes are out. They're trying to put some damage in, but they can't just finish these fights, you know. Some smokes coming in, lights trying to see if they can get some pickoffs, some bodies moving. Tribe Aramacy still lounging like the kings and queens that they are up in the peak. Vampire Esports, however, quite out in the open, and they're suffering from that positioning. I mean, with Tribe Aramacy up in the hills, there's Salcom Digi hiding behind the buildings, and we have Vampire Esports hiding behind trees. It's kind of hard. They're out in the open. They're so out in the open, and they're so easy to spot. But right now, I mean, they're definitely fighting back. They're still trying to stay alive. And while Weibo Gaming, they're also alive somewhere out there, trying to kind of blend into the surrounding. But right now, Tribe Aramacy looks like they have the domination on their side with the 5 eliminations already. But still stage 6 in their circle. A couple of seconds before the stage is 7. That circle's gonna move in just a while, and it's gonna favor Weibo Gaming.
Wow, that's a very interesting shift right now. Vampire Esports and Cellcom DG Alliance will have to race towards that area. Meanwhile, Mela is halfway there already, so he should be able to eventually take some claim towards that warehouse. Meanwhile, Weibo, they've been able to slowly lurk around the foothill of where AST is currently at. And problem for AST, they've lost out the zone, so eventually Latoke as well as Rig, they have to jump down, and there's only one way to do so. They do have the vehicle, though. Cellcom DG Alliance is also holding them hostage up here. What are you going to do? I mean, they're trying to fight back, but essentially there's not enough time. Right now, zone's closing right in already, and Cellcom DG Alliance, they also do have to make a move. So it's really about the point who catches who first. And here comes Sung Jin Woo, aka Tony K, looking to shut them apart, but no chance whatsoever.
Oh my gosh. ASE's just getting stalked right now. You know how like Weibo Gaming kind of like acting like cat owners, trying to see if their cat kind of comes down from the tree. Come on, come here, come to Bama. The blue zone's gonna eat you up. But Salcom Digi is gonna be falling by the hands of Rig. That's 1 down on their side. There's only 1 active player left for Salcom Digi Alliance, and Lotoke has a grenade cooking up just for them. They have a grenade grenade with their name on it. Unfortunately, probably hitting is not going to be enough damage, but otherwise it's a bit of sprays coming in. Lazarus finally gets this up against Live and down to 3 players. Now AST slowly but surely falling down, but well, that circle just didn't give them any favors.
What?
That was horrible. They just can't go up against Vampire Esports right now.
Lazarus is so sick. He sprayed down one member of AST and he swings 180, catches order from the back, and now there's only one member left inside of Weibo. This could very well be Vampire Esports' chicken dinner. I'm excited because I vote for this team, but of course, can you blame me? Rick now, last ditch effort. He's driving towards the rest of Weibo.
Oh my God. 14 eliminations and counting. AST trying so hard to push it. They can't even put their feet on the ground. Vampire Esports keeps them on their toes, just putting a lot of pressure, a lot of grenades cooking. But right now, Tribe Armacy finally has their footing. They are going up against Vampire Esports head-to-head, face-to-face, just trading grenade after grenade. But eventually, they're going to run out of throwables, and eventually, they'll have to face each other with guns. So the question is now, when will that happen? AST has the numbers advantage. They have 3 players on their side. VPE has 2, but still, they have a track record. They have the momentum coming in for their team. And of course, Weibo Gaming is just hiding out, trying to play this out, trying to see if they can get that second place in points just for a couple of points left to go. But Rick did not take a bit of damage from that. Vampire Esports, ASC just going up against each other, and right now we're going to be seeing stage 9 of the circle in a half a minute or so. So right now it's probably going to be a stalemate until then.
Yeah, and there we go. Lazarus once more to look for that really close quarter pickoff. Meanwhile, just playing by the spine of it, BG over on the top side will have to also contribute because he's got the high elevated area, but he's holding out against that player from the side of Weibo. Weibo slowly losing out a little bit of their position as well. Rick has to pull all the way back, looking to sustain for the meantime, as these 2 members of AST have been hunkering down over onto the sector. And like you said, a lot of these resources are depleted. There's only one smoke left for the side of Lazarus to expand right now. And that is going to open up maybe a little bit of that area for him to run over on the open course. But DG, he's got the angles open for him. So long as he's finding that line of fire, this could be it. And there we go. He gets knocked out. Lazarus dangerously low. The zone closing right through. And he's still doing damage towards DG. He's got nowhere to run. And it is Weibo that helps him out in the process.
No way. No way. Weibo Gaming versus Vampire Esports. Lazarus quite low on health. Oh my gosh. I didn't know that it would be a standoff with Weibo Gaming actually having a chance of getting this chicken dinner. It's all up to Lazarus right now. I mean, Lazarus, freaking good player, but otherwise Weibo Gaming, I think they have a chance over here depending on how Lazarus plays their cards. There might be nerves over here. I mean, there's a lot of pressure coming in from these 2 players. Now they're just kind of throwing grenades up against the other. 0 throwables for Lazarus. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You almost had the prediction, man. You almost had, but in the end, it's Weibo Gaming that will be getting this chicken dinner for match number 21 of this grand finals.
That was insane. That 1 versus 1 versus 1 towards the tail end. And I thought it was the Lazarus show the whole time. But he kind of overaggressed and he just walked straight to a trap being laid out. You gotta respect all these PEL teams because they are so good at utilities that this guy, he was unthreatened the whole time. He has plenty of stocks. Although he's all alone, you saw how well he held his ground up against those members of AST, and just like that, they claimed his chicken dinner despite the sheer numbers going in favor of VPE.
my gosh. Oh my gosh. There was so much patience involved for Weibo Gaming. They waited despite being only one player in their team. They waited so much patience and it paid off. Even giving that chicken dinner despite having just a couple of eliminations on their side. But the fact that Weibo Gaming was smack last on the leaderboards and all of a sudden we're seeing a chicken dinner from this team, it's kind of really nice to see. I think they're finally getting their footing on up against South and Southeast Asia. So you know what, very exciting for Weibo Gaming over here, and I loved that strategy that they employed. You know, the 1 versus 1 against Lazarus, just absolutely insane. I really thought Vampire Esports had it.
Yeah, I thought so too. But of course, it was the bigger plans that matter. You saw, well, I can't really read Chinese, excuse me for that. But overall, they just know exactly what to do and when to execute as well. You saw there were a couple of moments where, Weibo could just choose not to be involved, but he knows that, hey, if you're just going to sit still, then you're not going to be able to really reap the rewards, even if you do security the chicken dinner. You saw he was the one that was pretty much targeting VG over the hillside, that he's got no other option but to turtle in, which is why I was kind of curious. It's been a 2v2 somewhat coming in from the side of Vampire Esports versus EST for the longest time. Take a look at the numbers. It's just overwhelming of what Vampire Esports did in this map.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Vampire Esports just did the bulk of the work, and all of a sudden Weibo Gaming, with all their patience, waited for that last moment, and it really counted. It's just absolutely insane with their survivability. And to think that Weibo Gaming just managed to hide just below the radar of all the teams trying to get their pick off, trying to finally wipe out the last member of Weibo Gaming. But otherwise, MVP of the match is Lazarus. I mean, no question over there with 8 eliminations and the second to the last person on this first Burmar map tonight. So with that 15 utilities, 1,470 damage, pretty good the stats coming in from Lazarus. And of course, coming in second will be DG from Tribe Aramacy. Number 3 will be from VPE. Again, that's Tony K. And number 4 is Team Secret's Jaiki. All 2, 3, and 4 have 4 eliminations each. Just a little bit of difference with the damage. 901 for DG, Tony K with 803, and Jaiki with 649.
Yeah, and Lazarus says that, if everyone's getting 4, I will always look to double that. Tony K, he also was very involved in the early to mid game skirmishes, playing as Song Jin Woo as well. So yeah, I think it's very fitting of not only the character in the anime, but also the way that Tony K has been playing over the years. He was that prodigy, and now he is pretty much the man in his team to really be the backbone of this roster. So take a look at the numbers. Of course, Weibo, they did secure the chicken dinner, but Vampire Esports, they just absolutely were monstrous in this round. Also, not forgetting Team Secret on that crazy run on that blue zone. What was that? 10 points? And they don't have placement points. That's crazy.
I mean, it's like a, fire that went out too fast, just a little bit too aggressive, got picked off too early on. But yeah, absolutely crazy how Vampire Esports still not even just beat Weibo Gaming on the leaderboards, but it's also a considerable gap since they have 16 eliminations from that match. But yeah, overall rankings, we're seeing I don't know, not much changes. It's just Team Secret and JPX kind of exchanging ranks over there. Still FL up at top, DK coming in second, Vampire Esports holding their spot, still quite a rather big gap, 40-ish points up against DK. Still a long way to go. That goes the same with EA as well as NS. They've already tied in the points as well. So second half of the table, still not much changes, but AEC slowly but surely climbing, especially since I think rank 16 or 17 at the start. I think rank 16, and now they're up 14. So you know what? Pretty nice changes to the overall rankings right now.
Yeah, I just take a notice that the Saber were not participating in any of these matchups so far. So, of course, I guess like they were not looking to race towards the top up against the rest. So, I think like it's still pretty much a very level playing field where we saw, you know, the rise of AST for the past couple of rounds, and that kept me super excited. So, with that being said, we'll come back after a couple of minutes and we'll bring you more action here in the Clash of Giants.
Just like that, we are back to Clash of Giants Season 7. We did see map number 3, and right now we're going to be seeing another Miramar map very, very soon. And of course, Weibo Gaming crazy surprise considering the fact that they were like a solo for like the longest time. I really thought it was between Tribe ROC and Vampire Esports, but all of a sudden, absolutely crazy plot twist. But yeah, another Miramar. What do you think about the next map that's gonna come up, Contra?
Well, give me more because that was very fast paced in the early game, and then you saw like maybe 3-4 teams wiped out, and it was really a battle of tugging for those kind of position. And even despite all these players were planted inside zone, certain teams that were just wiping teams even in the blue zone, and that was Team Secret. They weren't planning on fighting for those placement points. They just really want to make others miserable. So that keeps things exciting. Vampire Esports, big numbers out there on the elimination charts, on the damage output, but it was Team Flash that historically has the better average ranking points so far, alongside with survival time. Last round, I think they were ambushed from multiple angles, making it a little bit more difficult. With TT, they've also been showing up as well. BTR, though, a little bit on and off. So I'm really wondering, like, what really goes on from the side of Bigatron by Vitality, because overall, we don't know whether, of course, the Filipino Asesino Federalis is playing or not, because they love hiding their names.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm like, is this a familiar name? Are they using another IGN? I mean, I don't even know until I see like the comments, like, oh, that's actually, and I'm like, okay, thanks. Keep changing your names. But yeah, we are going to get our caster predictions. I'm still going for Team Flash. How about you?
Oh, I wanted to go for Team Flash as well.
Just go.
Have I picked Team Flash for today? Yeah, why not? Let's go for it. All right. Looking good so far. Yeah. Production, are you on the hype wagon? Are you going for something else?
Still choosing.
AST really looked so good last round. I really thought that they could have really taken it. Vampire Esports, I mean, they look great as well. Like, it's such a hard decision. I just could not get it right. Like AST, they're always inches away. And production, I hope that you're absolutely right. I mean, they're riled up. They're looking very good today. So we might be bested by production again. We'll see. So, 2 versus 1. I don't know about the rest of the chat, though. You guys can also join in the conversation as well. Tell us who you guys are rooting for. And if you guys have not subscribed just yet, what are you guys doing, man? Hit that sub button right now. So, of course, this being the final Miramar map of the night, I think that last round was pretty spicy because it was another situation where, it was a skewered flight path and it went somewhat north, leaving certain teams with no other option but to really take a slow approach. So maybe something more neutral would be pretty nice to watch.
Yeah, more or less. But it's still going to be the same game. It's 2 Miramars in a row. I don't know if they can adjust their strategies this fast, but of course they probably going to be changing some things up really, really soon. But yeah, in the previous map, however, I think there was a lot of things that changed because of the circle, perhaps, or maybe the drop-off points. I don't know if it's going to be a little bit different in this next map. We'll just have to wait and see, I mean, skill is one thing, but PUBG luck more or less has a little bit of impact as well. And we saw in the early games, the arena did get picked off really, really early on. So I'm excited to see if they survive the early game this time. I wonder how they'll do.
Yeah, you saw certain rounds when they play in Wrangle, they look like a very scary bunch when they are allowed that kind of reprieve to just play the game as it should be. But when they don't even get to start a game, I mean, they're just walking away with eggshells, right? Back in Rondo, exactly the same thing. I didn't expect E-Arena to have some of all these empty rounds where you're just waiting another 30 minutes for another lobby. And, when it comes down to a lot of all these major tournaments, E-Arena usually would be the ones to be really holding teams out there, being a threat in the lobby itself. So I want to see if they can actually have maybe a neutral start. Not asking for much, just a neutral start.
Not asking for much, just survive the first 5 minutes of the game, and hopefully we can see the likes of E Arena shining, finally having a chance to kind of like play the game, actually. I mean, they did really, really well in the last Arango map. And so, you know what, Miramar, they didn't really have a chance that much in the previous game. So hopefully we see them shine later on. And of course, there's still some other teams that didn't quite pop off in the previous match as well. There's some pretty interesting teams. So, you know what? Still, the likes of Team Flash, Team Secret, Tribe Aramacy, they have been consistent so far in the maps today. So, you know what? And we're gonna be seeing some big names, some usual names, but hopefully we see some surprises, just like we saw in Weibo Gaming a while ago.
Yeah, and overall, I'm absolutely excited to actually see newer, other names to be able to take a podium spot by the end of the run. Where WBG, they kind of work really hard to even find that kind of position where a lot of teams have challenged AEST for that hillside, and they did not last all too long. But hey, playing it smart absolutely worked out for the side of Weibo Gaming. We'll see whether it's going to be a repeat. Maybe it might go back towards the side of Thunder Talk that has been having some great record in Miramar as well. Though today, they're kind of in that same position as Irina, as I would say as well. So long as they survive their early onslaught here, let's head to our final map of Miramar for the night.
Oh my gosh, I really, really hope that they survive early on. I mean, just give them a chance, man. But then again, for the past couple of maps, we've always been seeing early pickoffs, early squad wipeouts. So I think it's a little bit, inevitable at this rate. But Flypath Air is coming in from the eastern side, going down finally to the southwestern part of Miramar. So we finally have a chance to kind of see maybe Valle del Mar later on. But yeah, that flight path probably makes the north a bit inaccessible, so El Pozo is just a little bit too far. So you know what, the rest of the kind of places, I mean, Picado's still over there, Chumacera is very, very accessible as well. I don't know about Los Leones, it's very accessible, but I don't know if people would like to drop off there. But yeah, we're seeing the team's kind of spreading out right now, and hopefully we see some early game engagement right now. 2 teams landing on the same place. Let's see who will survive.
Oh boy, the moment he picked up that AK, he gets shredded apart. Alter Ego not in the clear right at this moment, as Rosemary hoping to find a way to also trade right back. Meanwhile, of course, with all that happening, there might just also be another spot that's being contested. There's just so much going on, and looks like they gotta finish the fight where they started because they are already in the zone. Alter Ego, they love dropping to El Azhar, of course, now being challenged by Tianba, one of the finalists coming in from China. Well, speaking of which, Rosemary, he's popping some vision, giving A-King a little bit of an idea, but that's a little overcooked though.
Yep, just a little too much cooking over there. But Alter Ego, Tianba, right? We have Rosemary, pretty good spots, but also very quiet out in the open. They're trying to take on 2 players from Tianba as well. So let's see. Just a little bit sidestepping. With SMG might be a little bit hard to get this target in the bag, but QZZ hiding out in this building. Rosemary definitely trying to put some bullets in, but all the while somewhere out there, T2K versus Vampire Esports as well. But we are watching Alter Ego versus Tianpa right now. Not much progress, just a little bit of damage done to one of the players in Tianpa. Alter Ego still more or less have most of their health. They're trying to kind of like get a really good angle, but unfortunately not much good range guns just yet. But all the while, Team Secret versus JPX, and a while ago JPX also I don't know, it's just a little bit messy right now. Okay, grenade coming in, not gonna hit anyone. JPX, okay, gonna be storming inside the building. This guy half health, Snake Falls from Chanpa on the other side of the map. A bit messy right now. A bit of trouble on the side of Team Secrets is they already lost. Like, oh my gosh, what happened to Alter Ego? All of a sudden, Rosemary's all alone. And with that, that's our first squad wipeout. Alter Ego will be saying goodbye.
Wow, that was really surprising because they were actually trading really well until the rest of Tianpa had dissected their position. Speaking of which, Team Secret now having a little bit of a dire effort to really hold out a line. He's only got an AK without any scopes. He's just going for some random sprays. He's going to do it one more time. He will be able to secure at least one member off the side of JPX. Meanwhile, I believe there's also another team moving into the vicinity, and that is DRS, the real soldiers of the PAL is here to play. Cheeky being so sneaky though, but I don't think that JPX has got a clue where he's currently hiding.
And well, we'll have to tread really, really carefully. JPX quite nearby, and they have to deal with Team Secret as well. Okay, example, I think they might have an idea that there's someone in there. They have their scopes out, but they're not gonna go trigger happy just yet. Just kind of trying to bite out time, you know. Oh my gosh, no EA, please don't. Oh no, EA, not again. You have to stay alive. Got 30 seconds left to go before the 5-minute mark, but they're fighting back against Nonton. I'm just watching the kill feed, you know. I got so worried when I saw EA, but otherwise, yeah. I mean, our screens. We're looking at Nonton as well. I mean, they're trying to storm up the building from EA. Okay, just a bit of shots here and there, but the arena is still okay. They lost Joker. NC2 needs that revive, but we still have 3K and Sakura.
Yeah, Nongshim, they have had such a great track record on those close quarter combat. But it also seems like it's been troublesome. That nade, it does connect onto NC2 and also 30K at the same time. Only Sakura left in such a big city, and that will be the last out of JPX as well. Jiki will have the last laugh after, of course, look at his dear brother Drew K falling out. Honestly, I don't know if they're blood brothers or if they just like, you know, naming similar names like the twin or something. But yeah, speaking of twins, interesting enough, I mean, over the years, there's just so many of these pro teams that consist of twins in their team lineup. I mean, Team Flash is one of them. Back then, BTR had both Zuxi as well as Luxi, and like even globally as well. There was a couple of twin brothers. There's just something about the chemistry that perhaps you don't really have to say too much to understand each other that really helps if, you know, it's a twin thing.
Yeah.
I guess I digressed.
I think there was another game. I mean, there was another game, but yeah, there was also twins in that other team. And I don't know, kind of interesting. I don't know why twins suddenly they have like the same hobby, you know, and they're also skilled as well as like the same skill level. Very interesting. I wish I had a twin actually. There's just so much mischief that you can do as like twins with the same face, you know, especially identical twins. But yeah, quite the trouble for the parents. However, that's like double the payment, double the tuition money for school. But yeah, other than that, yeah. I don't know, just very interesting. I mean, not much happening on the field in Miramar right now. I think Vampire Esports might bump into T2K really, really soon.
Yeah, it seems to be the case right now. Vampire Esports, they traditionally have dropped inside Picado, and looks like they're entering really late, and it's been preoccupied by T2K. But they kind of already know their positioning for the moment. Ignis now hiding right inside. He's not going to be giving away his current position because he could potentially have somebody open up this door, and it could be pretty huge. Meanwhile, three members swarming towards this corner. Okay, this is looking rather risky. Meanwhile, Red Bull, he's kind of shredding some of the other members of T2K apart, all by himself. Meanwhile, 3 versus 1 ain't looking all too fair. He's going for the swing. Not quite cutting it, though. So, there we go. 1 down. And is Red Bull going to be able to finish the job all by himself, though?
Yep, there we have it. Already one team down. But Vampire Esports not over for T2K yet. Some grenades coming in, but there's multiple levels to this building. It's just a little bit hard to kind of like pinpoint exactly where T2K is. But VPE 2 and 3. Oh my gosh, how do you say that name? But yeah, they're out here and Rafters trying to see if they can get some pickoffs. A little bit of a tough position, but up here in this stairwell, 2 versus 1 potentially. T2K getting those sprays on, but unfortunately still not gonna be up against Vampire Esports. Gonna get wiped out. Vampire Esports happily walking away with all 4 members still standing.
Yeah, they just knew how to really infiltrate the compounds. All thanks to Red Bull, who's handling it all by himself. Yeah, that's kind of how we call his name for most part. The numbers can be a little bit daunting to just slowly pronounce it. But hey, here we go. Tianba had a phenomenal start up against the rest of Alfredo, but now driving to the truck stop is looking problematic. Challenging yet another Titan from the PEL. That's going to be King now, being the first line of contact. Let them pass, and there we go! A freebie! Perfect timing coming from the King himself, but he's turning his back. There we go, a King, 1v1, he gets 2!
Ooh. Nice. I mean, King, the freebie, but unfortunately, it's not a confirmation yet. It's not popping up under. What has happened? Well, dude was not looking in the right direction, but it's a good thing. I mean, the team member is quite nearby. Let's see if they can go ahead and, yep, they can't rescue him. King does have 1 elimination, however, quite a short-lived reign from this guy. But yeah, otherwise, the talk and try to go in. Ooh, okay, I actually got credits for that 1 kill, and Thundertalk got 1 more elimination on their side. So I mean, you win some, you lose some. You lost King, but otherwise they have 3 eliminations from that.
I mean, he's done quite the truckload of damage here inside truck stop. I'm not complaining, but that angle, Jay, that was a very nasty angle. Like, we thought that he's just, holding out, thinking what's the next best step. But no, this guy, he's got some grand ideas on how he places the trajectory. He's like a math genius somewhere. Like, if you hit the corner of the wall, it will bounce to the perfect angle. And he just got that, and it kind of broke open that fight. And just like that, Turn Talk, they just triumph. And you saw the celebration parade with those bullets being spread out. It was like, okay, we're going to do it exactly the same way up against you when the PEL starts, maybe in a couple of months' time. But hey, we will continue on with the journey. Just 11 minutes into the match, and we're already having pretty much a current hole. It seems like the rest of Cellcom DJ Alliance is looking to just gatekeep the rest of Nongshim Red Force. I say gatekeep, but these teams, they just love to just rampage through any teams cutting around the way. So we'll see how this one goes. This is going to be pretty much centered around Junkyard, and that's where D+P is looking to plan themselves at, and they're just side by side up against Team Flash. The top 2 teams might actually collide. Meanwhile, Beanie almost securing it. Very, very close. Not quite finding it yet, though, but the nades are dropping very, very closely towards Beanie.
Nongshim versus Cellcom Digi. Up in the very open field. Very dangerous from both sides. But, however, they're both backing off. Team Flash, finally coming in. Very, very nearby DK. They're going for it aggressive. Lots of sprays. Also falls. Team Flash still a full squad, but a bit of damage here and there. They're closing in. And I don't know. DK is not really... I don't know. Are they fighting back? Are they falling behind? They're falling back, trying to, catch a little bit of their breaths. But ASC might be coming in as a third party. It's just Lutoke right now, but there's the rest of ASC just right behind him. I guess Lutoke is kind of scouting the place out. FL Tops and Bows nearby to Nobu and Chips. Grenades coming in. ASC finally making the presence known. DG right behind Zeus. Nobu throwing a bit of grenades here and there, but still not much progress, but a bit of damage here and there. What is happening? Bro is also nearby. There's a fourth party, in fact. There's a Team Flash and DK are getting sandwiched by these third parties. It's a bit of a mess. Tops gets Fabian. DK slowly but surely we gotta pick off one by one. There's only one active player left, and after that player falls, it's gonna be all over. Nobu still up and alive. Grenade's gonna be popping up. Let's see if it's gonna take down DK. Oh, both beats inside, gets bullets in their face. Oh my gosh, DK still alive.
That's crazy coming from Noble. He's just holding it all by himself. But eventually it is going to be Win that's been able to claim all of them. Meanwhile, the nades fall true. Two members of Bro being knocked down at the very same time. Now, they need to find even bigger collaterals up against Lila Bros Esports. We're now running out of the open. Some damage being done from the side of Master already, but he's getting infiltrated as well. Two members by the corner wall. He goes in for the swing, but not enough bullets on his shotgun shells, and they all get shredded apart by Team Flash.
Oh my gosh, Team Flash. 10 eliminations already, and we're still, I don't know, 10 teams in the running for the chicken dinner. All the while, Rella Rose this fall, a couple of teams as well got picked off back there. Yeah, we're down to 14 minutes into the game, 10 teams. As I said a while ago, we're looking at the circle right now, a couple of seconds left to go before the next circle closes in. There we have it. Team Flash still outside VTR as well, VPE, and the last person of EA struggling to stay alive for those placement points. But otherwise, Silicom Digi, Nongshim, DRS, Weibo, still alive. TT as well. Neko Jive already positioned in. The rest of them still scouting outside of the circle. So, you know what? Everyone's kind of just settling in. Looks like Tribe MRC might be going for the aggressive, but they're down to 2 players. So they'll have to play it slightly a bit safe now.
You have the angles up against the rest of BTR, but they are looking to crash right through. Not quite enough for the side of Krypton. And they just drove straight into a trap being set by Tribe MRC. 3 points just like that. And back towards the fight coming from the side of Team Flash. It was so pivotal for Team Flash to not only defend well, but to also aggress at the very same time. They took out their nemesis, and now Team Flash, they can just leapfrog ahead in this matchup. So long as they just keep up with this tempo, they should be able to do just fine. DRS have definitely shown some signs of playing a little bit more passive, but they've been planted here inside of Minas Gerais for a very, very long time. Vampire Esports also looking to pay a visit for the moment. And take a look at this. Hey, Sakura's still in the game. Great on him. I mean, we saw 3 of their members take it out so early on. Lazarus still claiming numbers, though, from the side of Vampire Esports. So they are the ones racing up against Team Flash.
7 eliminations. Definitely slowly but surely climbing up the ranks. I mean, potentially Vampire Esports versus FL later on. I mean, we already saw DK got picked off quite early on. Oh, there we go. Tribe RMC. We'll be saying goodbye quite early on. We are down to 8 teams left. It looks like Sakura is a bit the higher ground, but I'm gonna bet Sakura's probably not gonna go on the aggressive, not trying to give away their position, especially with Vampire Esports still a full squad. Sakura could get maybe 1 pick off if they're lucky, but otherwise they'll be giving away their location. Now let's see if they'll try to go up against. Oh, okay, he shoots. Sakura shoots, takes out Meow Lag. Let's see if they can finish them off. Okay, Meow Lag trying to get away. Oh, that's a finisher. Actually gets 1 elimination point right there, but they have to move away. They know Sakura's out there. So DRS is also closing into their position. So Vampire Esports versus DRS might turn ugly really soon. Vampire Esports trying to go in the aggressive. Sakura's a little bit too exposed. Sungjin Woo coming in to Arise, trying to see if they can get pick off. DRS probably trying to go ahead and steal this kill, but Sakura's holding their ground. Grenade cooking. One last stand up against 2 monstrous teams. Look at that. Yuri just trying to get away, but just sidestepping all these bullets and surprisingly still alive after all this.
Oh, not for long though. Guess there's just gonna be an early rest for card captor Sakura. Intended. Absolutely intended. Anyways, DRS, they were all along in the middle of this Minas Generalis plant as well. So they're going to be looking to capitalize onto a busy hand over onto those members of Vampire Esports. With this zone shifting once more, it now benefits fully for Team Flash, who's been playing on that far eastern corner of the map. So DRS, they finally have to leave this vicinity and take a look at who's actually quicker on the move. Vampire Esports, I think with two members, they're not fully looking for a gatekeep. It's more like repositioning for this point of time. But that's not exactly the space for him to actually pop for the moment. He has no idea, and it seems like Song Jin-woo needs to be revived from that death realm again. Maybe in the next round, not this round.
Not this round. Now, for now, we have 2 more games left to go, 2 more Orangles to catch up on. But otherwise, it's like Zeus has one up against CT, but DRS Gaming sprays up against NS, gets 1. There's another one. Doxy sprays coming in, half health, and no more health, completely wiped out, including the rest of their squads. Red Force Nongshim also down. We're down to 5 teams. Salcom, Digi, Weibo Gaming, Team Flash, DRS, and Vampire Esports. Big names. Survivability coming into Weibo Gaming once again. Question is now, will they pull off the same story from last game? Or, I don't know, maybe they'll get picked off right now. But, well, we still have 5 teams left in the running. We're 19 minutes into this Miramar map, and we're still stage 5. The circle is still a lot of things that could happen right now. And still a lot of big names, especially Team Flash, DRS, and Vampire Esports going up against each other. In fact, DRS versus Vampire Esports, 2 versus 1 right now up in the open field.
Ooh, that Nate looks to be dropping real close. Lazarus have always been this feisty, even despite him being all alone. And now he's going to retrieve that package to amplify his firepower. He's been the MVP for Vampire Esports when they won out PMSL Southeast Asia. And we'll have to see if they can actually do more. While Weibo getting bombarded from the side of Win, the rest of Team Flash. A little scattered, but they do have a decent positioning. Order now being pinned down, and now it's looking like a tall order for the rest of WBG. Lazarus still looking for those avenues at the very same time. Very interesting approach. Meanwhile, Tops is looking to seal the deal up against the final member of the side of WBG. And there we go. It's burning up though.
Yep. Ooh, nice. Nice with the vehicles. Weibo Gaming gets eliminated off by Team Flash. Look at that, 15 eliminations. There's still a chance that we'll be going up to 20. DRS Gaming falls 1 by 1. Frag first. Killer YT still up in the open. Example, clicking up a grenade. See if it'll hit. Lazarus trying to get away. Oh my gosh, out in the open. Lazarus, very easy target from that sample. Bags that elimination. Wipes out their team, Vampire Esports. But on the other hand, they get traded off. Gets knocked down. Not a confirmation yet, but there's still definitely a chance for the revival. Right now, the real game is between Salcom Digi and FL. Salcom Digi right now, as of the moment, still a little bit quiet into the game. I mean, it's still FL and DRS right now. Salcom Digi is kind of just biding their time, waiting for DRS to get picked off before FL inevitably will be coming for them.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of the high ground to really hold out, but they do manage to find a catch up against Iftar. Win! Oh, he could not find any cover, and it is going to be K99. It does actually pin him out. We'll have to see if he will be able to actually get much done. But Tops, he has been able to put him on the vehicle and bring his brother back into safety. So, well, Tops at least knows where exactly to play this one out. Only 2 members left for the side of Team Flash, but we know their prowess in those team fights. Meanwhile, we have a lurker in the house in the form of DRS. I think this has been the best run so far for DRS for today, finally reaching that top 3.
Yeah, I mean, no joke. DRS finally seeing the last few minutes of the game. Right now, Solcom Digi has the numbers advantage. Team Flash, I mean, they're a pretty good team, but they're half in their roster right now. And DRS, I mean, of all the players, it's Killer YT, absolute beast that's still alive. There's a chance this guy could probably clutch a chicken dinner. So let's just see. Let's just watch out. Solcom Digi has the advantage right now. Let's see if they can keep this advantage. You know, keep themselves alive. Use this to their to their favor. You know, spot one player, and there we have it. Killer YT falls by Zeus. So now this is just between Solcom Digi and FL. FL can finally go ahead and focus on Solcom Digi, which has until right now has been pretty quiet, still sitting with 2 eliminations on their side.
Yeah, I thought that CD Alliance would play a little bit more aggressively. I mean, they do have the numbers advantage, which, you know, we have these players with the number names on. I mean, I know their usual names, but yeah, Jimmy, OP, Oleo. It does get confusing for the viewers who are not familiar with the MY scene. But here we go. Mates exchange between the two. Oh, it does bring top towards 50%. And this could very well be an opening, but Zeus creeping right through. Oh, it hits! And now the tides have turned. Well, I say tides have turned. There's still 3 versus 2. Zeus now going man-to-man, 1v1. And like he lands the beautiful blow. Tops now, desperate attempt, he tries to run him over, but that vehicle's a little too flat. And there we have it. SOCOM Digi Alliance will deny Team Flash in this round.
Absolutely insane. SOCOM Digi just staying there quietly, waiting for everyone to pick them up. And now that it was between Team Flash, very much suffering from like tens of thousands of battles between the other teams, finally facing Solcom Digi while they have like multiple wounds all around their arms, their legs, and they're down to 2 players as well. While Solcom Digi, they pretty much have like all the resources since stage 1 of the circle, and now they have the chicken dinner on their side alongside 4 eliminations. And so Light with the 3 eliminations, K99 with 1, and the rest with 0. I mean, the important thing is they had the survivability in the battle. Look at the amount of damage. It's like, I mean, there's one player with like 2 digits only. That's how much they kind of just sat there, you know, and waited for everyone else to like kind of fall. And then you're like, okay, it's time for us to shine, I guess. And poop, and Team Flash falls down because they had twice as many players as Team Flash in the end.
Yeah, it's just so interesting that their approach is a little bit unorthodox, where you saw a bunch of teams here who love taking challenges, and you just saw how many teams Team Flash plowed through. I think the most impressive one was the ones that they were defending, being sandwiched in between. Meanwhile, Solcom Digi Alliance, they kind of know their advantages as well, where, okay, we're already in the zone. We do have a lot of all these high ground elevated terrains that we can absolutely abuse up against those who are late to the party. So I can see the reason why they did not over-aggress, but at the very same time, they could have reaped so much more rewards if they maybe were to play a little bit more actively.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess it was their choice to kind of play it safe, and it worked out for them. They have the 10 points from the placement points. So, you know what? It was their choice. And Solcom Digi, despite having the numbers advantage for like the longest time, they're like, no, guys, don't step forward. Don't take any shots. Don't do anything. And, well, they didn't have a lot of eliminations, but they did get the 14 points for this map. And look at that. That's 2658 damage for Team Flash. Absolutely aggressive with the 17 eliminations on their side. All the while, compare that to Solcom Digi with 953 damage and 4 eliminations. And so, I mean, look at the heals as well. There's 4 times more heals on the side of Team Flash. So you can tell the difference between Team Flash and Solcom Digi Alliance. Solcom Digi just took on Team Flash while they were still licking their wounds. It's absolutely insane, but it worked. So, you know, I'm not even gonna like comment on it or anything like that, because Solcom Digi, I mean, they have the results, so you know what's good for them.
Yeah, it's great for them, but even better for Team Flash. 8 elimination points for Tops. Like, there were certain avenues that he could have actually landed a few more. Like, you saw the trample attempt as well towards the very end. But that's the last ditch effort coming out because you know you're going to go for a 1 versus 3. So might as well make the best use of it. And, well, we're talking about these boys being battle-born, battle-ready, and you see 3 members out of 4 to be on the list of top performers.
Yeah, absolutely insane. Just sandwich example from DRS over here, and very decent amount of damage as well. I mean, lowest win would have 709 damage. Absolutely crazy top performer, especially with Team FL. I mean, we saw the 17 kills actually, eliminations for the side of Team Flash with 6 placing points and 23 total points. I mean, second and third tying is actually 14 points with Stockholm Digi Alliance alongside DRS Gaming, the top 2 and top 3 teams. And of course, these are the 3 teams that lasted until the final few minutes of the game. Going in first, Vampire Esports with 14 total points as well. Number 5 is Nongshim Red Force with 5, Thunder Talk with 5, Tianbo with 4, Weibo Gaming with 3, alongside E-Arena and Tribe Aramasi each with 3, BTR and Team Secret each with 2, Dibaskia, JPX, and one other team with 1 point. And yeah, these are the match stats. I mean, Team Flash with the longest elimination distance, 113 throws used, very impressive. And yeah, kind of impressive stats coming in for this match stats for the final Miramar map for day number 4.
Yeah, these guys, they definitely set a trailblazing run. I mean, they took whatever records that there is and absolutely smashed it. The moment that they eliminated the Plus Kid, they know that this game was theirs for the ticket. And now look at that significant 30-pointer gap. When we started off this day, it seemed like it was pretty much within grasp for DK. As a matter of fact, they were number 1. What really happened here where DK wasn't really allowed to play out the game, whereas Vampire Esports, they're also catching up steadily with 191 points. So tension is brewing over onto the charts as we're having more teams join the 100-point club.
Absolutely. I mean, beautiful rankings that we have. Not much changes on the rankings right now, but definitely we are in day number 4. We're already coming up to match number 5 very, very soon. So the teams are down to like 8 more chances, I believe, for this grand final. So there's definitely a little bit more pressure right now to do really well. But yeah, that was match number 4. We're going to be going on to match number 5, Erangel, once again, really, really soon. But before that happens, of course, we will be taking a short break. So we'll be seeing you in a few minutes.
Step into the ring.
We're down to 2 more match for this evening, and tomorrow is going to be the grand finale of all grand finales here in the Clash of Giants. And right now, it really seems like the team at the top, Team Flash, they're just looking super hot, 30 points ahead of the second seed. And there's just so much more that could go down once we move our way into this penultimate match of Erangel.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I mean, I'm just looking at match number 20. E Arena did get that chicken dinner alongside a very, very aggressive play style. So, question is now, will we see a repeat of that? Because it was very, very interesting to watch. It was very entertaining, but it didn't quite work out in Miramar. I mean, the aggressiveness just kind of translated into like early game pickoffs. So hopefully, you know, they improve just a little bit more in the next 2 Erangel maps. But right now, these are our statistics for Erangel. We have DK at number 1, EA number 2, number 3 is Vampire Esports, and number 4 Team Flash. Now EA and Flash, they have their chicken dinners for tonight. So you know what's really hoping Vampire Esports, I mean, they keep like scoring really high in the last in the late game. So hopefully they can finally get that chicken dinner. And in fact, that will be my prediction, Vampire Esports. How about you, Contra?
I was about to go for Vampire Esports
no!
as well. It's okay. I'll go for something else. I think like D plus Kia didn't feel so comfortable inside of those rounds of Miramar. I think like this is definitely something that's going to be up their alley on how they usually have decent way of traversing. I mean, we'll have to see whether if we're going to be getting those kind of oddball kind of zones as well. So D plus Kia it is for me. Production, how about you? We're going to have a look on what it is. And, you know, I'm hoping that we're getting ourselves like Sanovska military base kind of a zone to make things a little bit more spicy. Yep, seems like it's between the top 3 teams out there. So, you know, me taking D plus Kia is a little bit risky because like, you know, they're looking like they're off of shape. But hey, I'm just gonna give them, you know, a little bit of course, a good hope into how they're gonna be playing this one out. So, yep. We'll see how this one goes. I'm still sitting at 0. I feel bad about myself.
I haven't had a right prediction since map number 1. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, these are some pretty safe picks actually. Vampire Esports, Flash, DK. And the fact is, in Miramar, 2 consecutive in a row, there were 2 unexpected teams that got the chicken dinner. So I don't know if we're going to be right. If either of us are going to be right, maybe like all of a sudden there's like some second page team that will get this chicken dinner. I mean, just going on from the trends. But yeah, Erangel will be coming up. I mean, Team Flash, DK, Vampire Esports are pretty consistent so far. Except for DK, for some reason, they still have yet to get their first chicken dinner tonight. So hopefully something happens with their team really soon. But right now, there's a lot of teams popping up so far. I mean, we have Tribe Aerosmith suddenly shining a lot. And then, of course, Team Flash, very consistent. And also Vampire Esports, close, but still so far. So right now, going to be going on to map number 5 in Erangel. Hopefully we see something very unexpected in our map number 5 game really soon.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to this. And you did mention that perhaps there might just be those that are not in the top 3 that does secure it. You got to also remember that the mid-table is actually very neck and neck. There were so many bunch of teams who are sitting around 140, 130, 100 itself. And I think that everyone's trying to claw for whatever drop of points that there is, that they're feeling very hungry as well. So out of many cases out there, I think Tribe so far look phenomenal today. And we look at the rest of the list as well. I mean, WBG kind of convinced me throughout those rounds of Miramar that, hey, this team, if you allow them to have advantages terrains, if you allow them to have certain significant hold, they can hold for days, years, months long, and eventually that could lead up to a chicken dinner with some big plays. We saw that fight in Truck Stop. That was from the side of Thunder Talk that was executed so beautifully as well. That's what I really like watching those kind of PEL teams where they're very clean on the execution, which is why you have that diversity, right? SEA a little bit more chaotic, and then you have like SA who is very, very gun precise on every team fight as well. So that's the beauty of this Clash of Giants, where everyone's got their strengths and weakness. I don't think there are many. I mean, after all, they're just winners from their respective regions.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really nice to see like a bunch of regions going up against each other, because if you just keep watching, like just say South Asia, you know, like same flavors, same teams, and Southeast Asia, same scene, pretty much same names and same game styles, and of course East Asia as well. But putting them all together, you can see the difference in how they play out. You see like East Asia just a little bit safe on the side, maybe South Asia a little bit on the aggressive side. Southeast Asia quite chaotic, actually.
Very chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying it's quite chaotic in Southeast Asia. I think it has something to do with where they live. I mean, guys, I have the right to say that. I'm in Southeast Asia as well. But yeah, hopefully we can see a sort of a military base circle. I mean, it's always such a horrible circle to be in, because you have to cross that river and everything. So of course, it's a very small island. But yeah, flight path south to north, stopping at Stalber. So a lot of places to kind of like hot drop in. So Pachinki, very accessible. Maybe not Georgia Pool, maybe not Milta. Military base still accessible. So you know, pretty standard flight path. Lots of choices to come in, but the question is now, where will the circle end up? I really hope it's the military base. I just want trouble, you know. I just want trouble.
Oh yeah, I mean, us as spectators, we just love to see the worst form of chaos to be inflicted to these players out there, and that really truly tests how great of a team they are. How do they manage resources? How quickly do they find themselves to try to look for those spots? And of course, outfight everybody else to stay surviving. Now, what I really like about what JPX is doing, they're having such a widespread approach. They're putting Sixta all the way into the island. It's like, okay, we call first dibs. If we do get the island, then great. We can actually full send it. We have to control the bridge. Meanwhile, a lot of teams are moving towards the center, and also towards the far north. It is quite similar to what we were getting in the past round, with a small tinge of the island itself, but very likely than not, this could go to Gatka, this could go to Primos. Not too telling for now, so we shall wait and see.
Maximum chaos will be the final circle in the water, but otherwise, Team Flash gets a little bit of pick off up against Nongshim. Looks like Beanie will be saying goodbye first. I don't know if that was the first blood, but definitely Nongshim's already down by one player. Zeus camping in. XZY took a bit of damage over there. Vampire Esports also has their own eliminations on their side. Example already getting picked off so early on. DRS down to 3 players, but they're still gonna be going on the aggressive, trying to see if they can loot the place up, but Vampire Esports is still nearby, still trying to contest Primorsk right now. But over here in Rojok, we have a DK up against BTR fighting for this compound. And right now, DK has the outer ring of this compound a little bit more spread out as compared to BTR, kind of clumped up in the same place. But otherwise, XZY falls. Just 2 players, it's TZ and Doxy right now in Nongshim, and with 0 eliminations yet. So I feel like it's just a matter of time before Team Flash can bag these last 2 eliminations. But you know what? Let's just see.
Yeah, I mean, Team Flash, this happened their territory every other season. I guess I spoke a little too soon. I mean, it's just a big commotion right now. There might just be even more casualties. Bows! Oh my god! What was that jump shot with the akimbo? That guy's a Mad Lab TZ. You can't just do this to these guys. But hey, it takes a Mad Lab to stop the craziest bunch of teams who's holding that #1 spot, and they're looking rather confident to stop that streak right there, right now. And one pump, he's running out of bullets. Stop! Does he find it? Tizzy, he does cover grounds. This Kimbo is running wild.
Oh my gosh. Very, very chaotic between Nongshim and FL. Oh my gosh. Win falls with the hands of TZ, but NS is still up by 2 players. Oh my gosh, there's Alter Ego nearby as well. Let's see if they try to join the fray. But otherwise, CRS versus VPE somewhere out there. But it's TZ versus Zeus on a standoff right now in the corridor. Zeus, the other room, tries to peek. TZ has some information now. There's a grenade coming in from the side of Nongshim Red Force really soon. I don't know if that was a grenade, maybe it was just smokes. But Doxy's over here with the other angle. Alright, let's see if someone will try to move. Okay, Zeus moves. Doxy took that, saw that on their vision. TZ over there still holding the same spot. Not risking it. Okay, there we have it. Just a little bit of a grace. Not enough for a kill yet. Zeus is still very much alive, but they have the numbers advantage on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Let's see if they do something about that. But otherwise, yeah, we're watching DK versus BTR right now. Still trying to contest this compound over here in DK's outside, while BTR is holed up on the second floor.
Yeah, they're being held hostages right now over the top side, while Chips have already climbed all the way up towards the roof. Very tight angles for BTR. They can only play by the stairwells. We'll have to see if the D plus Kia decides to go in for the full commitment, because Oso's coming in from the back, looking to close in. It's only 2 members, but taking at such a careful approach that D plus Kia is working with. Snape! They finally decide to just seize the entire city of Yasnapolia 1-for-1. And somehow, Nongshim still prevail.
No way. Nongshim still alive. BTR all the while the other side of the map. They fall by the hands of DK. Alright. And Nongshim still manages to keep themselves alive. Now AE's down to just Rosemary right now. Totally had the tide stirred around them. But DRS guns out up against Vampire Esports. Cyclone a bit low on health, needs a revive, but otherwise, oh, Rosemary gets picked up by Nongshim. Nongshim's on fire, burning their noodles right now. But DRS Gaming, they're still in the game. Cyclone still needs a revive. Killer White Team Frag still active. Trying to see if they can get a good angle. VP is still nearby. They spot Cyclone, finish them off. Now it's down to 2 players left on DRS, but otherwise, Vampire Esports are not doing too well either. It's just an equalized field right now. Trying to see if they can get some grenades kicking in. Frag falls by the hands of Lazarus's grenade. And now, let's see what DRS is doing. It looks like, well, not really well, but Vampire Esports does have 3 eliminations on their side already.
Yeah, Lazarus knows that there's one player over onto the far corner, but he doesn't know where exactly over on the corner wall is he currently hiding. But the thing is, there's really not much of an avenue for Kilowati. He's waiting for the right moment to strike. But the problem is, if he tries to pin one down, Red Bull will be ready to also go in for a trade. His position pretty much compromised. Killer YT, he's wearing a crown. And heavy is the crown. See how many references I could actually pull off within the night. And Lazarus on that project right now. Is he going to be able to find a perfect one? Oh, not quite just yet.
This is a 1-versus-1 between Team Flash and Nongshim. And they're up against the blue zone as well. Lazarus falls, but so will he resurrect? That's the question. 1-versus-1. Killer Whitesky very, very low on health. VPE, they managed to get this elimination in the bag with that. DRS says goodbye. We're down to 14 teams, and still Team Flash going up against the last player from Nongshim Red Force. Zeus is on a fire, but not in a good way. Doxy, TZ up in the rooftops. Zeus guys in the 2. Oh my gosh, gonna be jumped in. Jumps down the stairways, but takes a 1 with him. Now 2 eliminations on their side. Oh my gosh. Their time is limited over here. Half health on Doxy. Zeus is still up there. Let's see if this is gonna be a 1-versus-1.
He's trying to bait him as well. I mean, this guy has that audacity. Doc, he's also ready with the S12K. They're just playing mind games with each other. And now it's a battle of attrition as well. How many resources? 3 more first aids for the side of Doxy. So if it's going to be a long game of healing up, then Nongshim might actually prevail. But he's going for the push. Okay, he's on that corner room. He knows it. Wait a minute. Oh, he knows. Right now is about the timing of the swings right at this moment. 5 bullets and outplayed. There we go. Team Flash somehow won the trade.
Nonton survived this far, and all of a sudden, the 1 versus 1 Zeus and rage baiting this guy this whole time. But yeah, the circle's gonna close in. A little bit of the water still inside of that circle, so it's gonna be a bit hard, especially since they have limited amount of land to kind of play around with. But C2K versus Weibo Gaming, it's gonna be between these two teams. Looks like it's a 4 versus 4 full squads on both sides. C2K, however, 1 by 1 falling. 2 knockdowns. Let's see if they can finish this off. Sook's trying to get some sprays in, but I think they're going to be going in and prioritizing, taking down the last 2 players on T2K rather. Check that, 07's actually fallen. But OG still needs a revive. Igneous and Ajay are still alive. We spot 1 player from Weibo Gaming behind this building. Igneous gets spotted as well. So, trade by trade on the bullets. Igneous low in health gets knocked down. And not finished off yet, but if they take too long, that blue zone's definitely going to get a kill for themselves.
Wow, he's just so sharp. And he landed!
Ooh.
1 versus 3! And of course, a little help coming from Sook as well as Order to deplete them. 4 points in for the side of Weibo. This looks like a better start for them, despite, of course, losing 1 versus some of the rounds that we saw in Miramar, where they played cool, they played steady and towards the late game. But when push comes to shove, Weibo, they are so clinical and precise on their execution. Now, we take a look at the list. Of course, very top heavy. Team Flash, despite winning out the war in Savyasnaya, it's only down to 1 player left. So perhaps this is a fancy opportunity for D plus Kid, because even for the side of Vampire Esports, they're battered only with 2 members left. 4 points each. Nongshim, 7 points, but bowing out early, still very respectable. Well, long-range trades targeted at the member of Talk Gaming. D plus Kia versus Talk is something that will be very interesting to watch, but doesn't seem like TT is interested to even go for the challenge.
Well, let's just see if they're gonna go ahead and give this engagement a chance or not. But yeah, it's a little bit cramped up in this circle. It's gonna be more cramped up once EA and Vampire Esports rotate into the area. Weibo Gaming is a little bit far off from the play zone. Zeus as well, just trying to stay alive. I believe after that 1 fight, they have quite a low amount of healing items, so they definitely have to go double time, But yeah, Tribe C still alive. Only 3 players, however, on the roster. Okay, Team Secret found Bro. Kind of gets some pickoffs here and there. Talk Gaming finally going on the aggressive. Some sprays in, nothing to show off in the kill feed. However, okay, TS 2 versus 1, 1 versus 1 on the active players between Team Secret. Oh, Jukai falls from that grenade. What is this? Oh, between the trees. Oh my gosh, not looking good for TS right now. It's just Zerus. That's the active play right now. And they're going on the aggressive, going forward like, this isn't going to stop me. I'm going to go in, try to get some pick off up against Bro. And actually, Pekka falls. And TS is still up and running, still trying to stay alive. Himson, however, going in, trying to see if he could go aggressive. Oh, nice shot. Himson gets the last person. Team Secret goes and says goodbye. However, it's not over yet. TT and Weibo Gaming up in this hill, going up against each other. Let's see how these 2 teams will go up against each other.
Yeah, you can see there's just so many different teams just trying to convoy all across the field, just in search for that perfect spot to really hold out. But realistically, this is a very tough space to actually play out, because in between Very Pure as well as Pachinki, there's just so many of all these kind of avenues. Talk, though, playing a turtle stance over onto the lower end. Weibo keeping themselves at arm's length. knowing that there's definitely a team that's been setting up the garage right through. So Weibo, they could just take their sweet time and wait out until more of these other squads show themselves for the moment. From the top, it's just gonna utilize this garage as a defensive field for the moment. Whereas D plus Kia, they've been looking rather eager and enthusiastic to try to really puffer fish for the moment, telling everybody, hey, I'm here, I dare you to challenge me. I've always got it, the best trades. And Chip, so far, I mean, he's proving that at this current point in time that he's just so elusive, always going for that reposition. Finally, we do get a little bit of an update of the zone. Zeus finally made it into the zone. That's what I'm really happy about, to actually see that. He finally got himself into the game, but he's playing all alone. Meanwhile, Arena, they're just by the borderline. Can they actually make the cut? The rest of bros, they're cornering them throughout, and it's not looking too good for Turn EK.
Oh my gosh. Not looking good, rather bros. Domination, however, pretty good game for these guys. They have 5 eliminations, still 3 players standing on their roster. So I think they're gonna go on aggressive right now. It's been working out for them really, really well, and they're still alive. But all the while, EA, I don't know what's happening over here. I think we're looking at they're getting eaten up by the blue zone just a little bit, but they're trying to rotate into the area. There's just a little bit of too much trouble on the border, but over here there's like 3 different teams all bumped up in the same place. We have Tribe Armacy. Looks like Strix is all that's left. JPX still in the running, but they're not being too aggressive. Salcom Digi, we have 1 player right behind this tree. See if they go on aggressive. Bit of smokes here and there. Just gives a little bit more trouble for JPX, especially when they're trying to get some information. However, it's not going to be safe to go past those smokes. But all the while, it looks like ASC will be saying goodbye with Lazarus getting that 1 shot. I don't know if it's going to be full-on squad wipeout. I think it is. Yep, Tribe MC says goodbye. Salcom Digi throwing some grenades, exchanging grenades rather with Bro right now. And there's still JPX right behind them, and even more so right behind them is E Arena. So it's gonna be really, really messy really soon. There's a chance that Salcom Digi and Bro will probably wipe each other out, but all the while JPX might just swoop in. Okay, there we have it. Bro down to 2 players. Becca falls. Hang is gold. That's left. Oh, it's a goodbye to Bro. And now it's Salcom Digi. Probably potentially going to be going up against E Arena and JPX, but looks like they won't. It's just Salcom Digi right now, reveling in their victory and just kind of looting the place up.
Yeah, they were just so swift on their maneuver on how they just pick these players apart. Kind of want to see a lot more of this kind of aggressive stance coming from the side of Salcom Digi Alliance, considering the fact that they scored the possibly one of the lowest amount of points of Chicken Dinner in Miramar. So they definitely have a lot more to prove. 30K now being spotted out. Is that going to be the final member remaining for Arena? Not apparently so, since there is still NC2, who have just arrived to the scene, looking to also cop a spot back inside of their pier. The rest of Salcom Digi Alliance know that it's a lost cause if they were to try to push towards the compound. They're happy being a little bit of a noisy neighbor alongside with the members of JPX. And going back towards the side of Salcom Digi Alliance, doesn't seem like they've been able to crack this boat right open just yet.
Ooh, oh my gosh. Live was just kind of standing there being a free target for EA, but NC2 is going to be all alone. It's going to be hard to kind of like go up against. I mean, 4 whole players from Salcom Digi, but nonetheless, NC2 is over here still trying, still on the 2nd floor. I mean, Light has been knocked down. I don't know if we can get that confirmation in, but they definitely need 1 more point on their side. Okay, it looks like there's a confirmation, so that's 1 elimination, 1 point on the side of NC2 from E Arena. But however, JPX is true to their nature. Definitely will not be going in for engagement. They're like, no, I'm not engaging. It's just not my thing. But am I wrong? Oh, they're gonna swoop in, and there's 1 player from Salcom Digi, and well, stands no chance from 3 different directions. But there's 1 down inside GP. What? No, oh, no way. Sakam Digi manages to turn this a 3 versus 1 around. And Sakam Digi, I mean, they're still in NC2 trying to swoop in. Unfortunately, gets sprayed down. Finally, see Sakam Digi says goodbye. JPX, however, loses one player from that risk taking, from that aggressive push that they made just a while ago up against Sakam Digi.
Oh, yeah. I mean, overall, there's just so much feisty battles happening around the corner. And for those who are already in the zone, they're not going to give up their position no matter what. Which is why you're seeing all these scrappy fights, left, right, center, all close hard combat. And Tenba, they're just literally securing their hands onto all these compounds that they've been able to secure on each respective corner, making it a little harder to do for the rest of Vampire Esports, who's currently stranded by the shore, thankfully still in the zone. If it's going to move close to the bridge, I guess Red Bull could consider swimming the other way around, but often than not, I think these teams, with these kind of cheeky angles to work with, they're fancying opportunities to score a few more points, because scoring points, E plus Kia has a plenty right now, 8 to their name. Trying to leave Zeus stranded by just taking out his wheels for the moment. And I guess it's only a matter of time because DK, they've been able to weaken the armory of the vehicle already. Wouldn't take too long to blow it up as well. We'll see if that is going to be part of their game plan for now. Well, where are those shots coming from?
Preparations. Still have 6 teams in. One more squad wipeout. We'll see the 5 last teams. But Tiamba gets one. Okay. I think that was just knocked out, however, just side of DK. But Tiamba still up in the running with 2 eliminations and all 4 of their players deciding. And they have control over this compound, but I don't know if this compound is going to be saved by that circle later on. So just a little bit too much towards the side, but could be wrong, could be plot twist later on. But right now it's a standoff between Tiamba and DK, opposite sides of the compounds of these blue houses, and we see Zeus just holding their ground, trying to stay alive this whole time. I think the next circle is kind of like maybe a little bit merciful to this guy. However, everyone else, JPX still up at the edge, on the other side, VPE near the water. And we have the last player from Sakam Digi kind of trying to stay alive in the very, very edge of the circle. But yeah, that circle is going to favor in Tiamba once again. DK is going to be chipped off from their compound. It's not going to be a good place to be. And Tiamba has the advantage. They're just going to wait until DK gets forced out of their place. And it looks like QZZ is actually already starting. I'm getting one knockdown on their side. I think they spot Zeus as well from a distance. They have the crosshairs out, trying to line up their sights, but they're not throwing some bullets just yet. And VP right behind them. There's 3 different teams to worry about. There's a Crazy, gets shot down from their car, gets pulled out, and gets finished off as well. That's 1 more point to Vampire Esports.
And that tallies it up to 6 for the moment. Despite them only having 2 members, they're still going on those aggressive plays. Could never say no to that. I mean, Red Bull have been one of the key players for Vampire Esports. He used to be playing back in the PMCL as well under the banner of Asia Esports, a Cambodian organization. And he moved back into Thailand, plays the pro circuit, and immediately gets this promotion into arguably the biggest team of Thailand, Vampire Esports. And Iftar, he's taking a very deep swim. I'm afraid that he's going to be bleeding too much. Well, somehow he's still floating by. All thanks to having Red Bull being planted in the middle of the lake. Is Iftar going to be able to claim that package, though? It looks a little tempting, but too much of a risk.
Yeah, the guy is swimming away, just surviving off a sheer, good luck. But yeah, still up in the running, still trying to get those placement points. Tiamba, we fought DK, Nobu right in the car, quite out in the open. Let's see if QGC can get this fill in the bag. But unfortunately, Team Flash will be saying goodbye. Now we're down 5 Team Tiamba GK, JPX, Vampire Esports, and CDAL, the last person in CDAL, just swimming around in the waters near the military base. But JPX still up in the running, down to 2 players actually. Tiamat still full squad, DK 3 more players on their side. Vampire Esports not doing too good, but still alive. JPX slowly but surely getting picked off. All of a sudden by QZ's even Bianpa, okay, and they have to worry about DK nearby. Oh, there we have it. That's a squad wipeout. And Dianba has this in the bag. They have 5 eliminations already. Now they only have to worry about DK, Vampire Esports, and CEDAW right now.
Oh boy, it is looking rather tense. Stage 7 is about to begin in another 15 seconds for it to shrink. Meanwhile, D plus Kia stranded, absolutely stranded. It's so hard to really flush out that position where this member of Kemba is being planned at. Seizing the opportunity, they're going for that wide swing. And up till now, I mean, he's playing pretty much by himself for the moment. And Kemba is also receiving some help from his other friends. Faven now finally gets a catch. This might actually change the course of how this one goes. As much as Tianba have the majority advantage, it doesn't seem like this case of going for the safe is going to be anywhere close to likelihood. Well, Iftar also joins in the party eventually, and it's Tianba now rushing right through, gets the perfect double tap onto Chips and Oso.
Oh my gosh, the tense. Yanba getting sprayed at by DK. Fabian, the last person standing, but still 9 eliminations. The question is now, will it be turning into 10 anytime soon? However, it's going to be a little bit of a risk, especially since they're all alone right now. Tianba still having the best kind of, chances in this game right now. With 3 players are still standing, they have the numbers advantage. And then again, they're going up against Vampire Esports and DK as well. But DK and CDAL each having just 1 player on their side. So right now, CDAL, last person is kind of just is trying to stay alive at this rate. And DK also, Fabian's the only person left, but they're still trying to go in the aggressive as much as possible. And Tiampa, they're playing it safe, even though they know they have the advantage. They're just trying to stay inside and trying to keep their foot inside of this compound. And of course, Lazarus just biding their time, waiting. And of course, they're still tuned. Vampire Esports. Let's see if they can turn the tide around up against Tianpa. But right now, for both DK and Socom Digi, I don't know if it's gonna be like a chance to get the chicken dinner unless they pull off the same thing as Weibo Gaming 2 games ago. But yeah, right now, just a standoff. We're just waiting for that next circle to come in.
That's right. It's the longest game that we've had so far, and no teams looking to budge off. Red Bull finally finding that pickup, and that will be the end for SOCOM DG Alliance in this matchup. Whereas Temba, they've really shown that they can shine when they do play a little bit more defensively. Fabian knows that there's really no point where he could just leave and go undetected. It's just such a Mexican standoff for the moment. Take a look at the other corner. This just gonna really boil down to execution. Tampa can kind of really send one brisket for the biscuit, they say, but opt not to do so. Just got a little too much of respect for a 60-year-old guy. And looking at the side of Vampire Esports, they do have some form of vision over onto the side of Tenba, but it's just so tough. Tenba, they're not letting up.
Yeah, they're really waiting. All of these players, all of these last 6 players are waiting. And we're a couple of seconds before we see a stage 9 circle in a wrangle. So I guess we're kicking our feet up, until someone steps out of their comfort zone, does something. Because I'm sure getting Tianpa, they're like, well, we don't have a lot of information. Vampire Esports is a little bit too far. Fabian's just not peeking their heads out. So they're kind of just waiting there, you know? I think maybe in 10 seconds something might change depending on where the next circle is gonna go. But right now it's just absolutely nothing. Everyone's kind of chilling. I don't know who's gonna win. I mean, Vampire Esports pretty good track record. Tianfa has the numbers advantage. DK all alone, but still a pretty decent team. So there's still a chance that maybe if both Tianfa and Vampire Esports make a mistake, DK can go ahead and swoop in and get that chicken dinner for themselves. But right now, I'm just all guessing because right now, not much is happening. This circle is gonna close in. Might be seeing stage 9 circle very, very soon. Do we have it? Okay, stage 9 circle gonna come in 2 minutes in, so everyone has to keep on moving because that circle is gonna get really, really suffocated really, really soon.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Each team taking sides. Fabian somehow tangles it off. It's going to be another nade right beneath his feet. I'm not too quite sure whether he's going to be able to really outlast that situation. Fabian now being picked off. Great eye on Red Bull. And now that's another 8 points for Vampire Esports.
Vampire Esports, I mean, Tianfa with 2 down players. I mean, Milo can go ahead and give that revive, but I don't know if it's going to be possible with Lazarus. Oh, Lazarus gets knocked down. No, it's a 1 versus 1. Organically, I think Vampire Esports might be getting this. Oh, you can see that moment of hesitation. Like, do I raise Lazarus? Do I go for this 1 versus 1? I think they still have a chance because Milo's taking this a very, very safely. Oh, okay, some shots coming in. Milo gets thrown down. I think Lazarus just lost there. Atching still up in the running. Potentially maybe 2 versus 1. And last person, Vampire Esports trying to stay alive. Atching, half health, QZZ. Oh, there we have it. Tianfa, another unexpected name popping up for the winner with a chicken dinner. Congratulations to Tianfa. I mean, they had a good run in a couple of maps today, but finally they put their names up here on the chicken dinner for our map number 5 for our second Erangel map today.
Yet another win from the PEL side. I mean, you can see the overall control that they have throughout those houses, say, to really form cover, to also aggress towards those teams that cuts nearby. I mean, it's just impeccable of what Tianfa have been able to accomplish for this evening.
Absolutely. And yeah, you mentioned it, like some East Asian teams absolutely crazy. So QZZ with 4 eliminations, Atching with 1, Milo with 2, GG Bond with, I believe it was 0. But yeah, considerable amount of damage coming in from each of these players as well. Congratulations once again to Tianfa for getting this chicken dinner. And hopefully we can see some improvement on the leaderboards later on. But right now, these are their stats, just a couple of points damage taken for each of these teams. Of course, the knockouts as well. So absolutely insane. Different winners for these chicken dinners so far today. We're not seeing like a total domination from DK like as we've seen a couple of days ago. And while there are some like high tier teams getting the chicken dinner, right now I'm really happy to see some page 2 teams finally putting a name for themselves sooner or later. I think they're getting a hang of like, you know, going up against the South and Southeast Asian teams. So absolutely insane. This is the head-to-head. Tianfa, Vampire Esports. Actually, Tianfa has more damage. Look at that up against Vampire Esports. Maybe like a 600 or 700 point damage difference between the two.
Yeah, and I think like there were definitely a lot of all these instances where, you know, there's so many type of back and forth that goes on. Tianfa, they're just strategically plan out how do they really play those kind of final zones. Whereas Vampire Esports, you saw they were having some form of commotion in the early game at the very same time. So 8 points, good enough for him to also secure the man of the match. It feels like it's been multiple times today already. I mean, take a look at Red Bull's number. It's close to 1,000 damage on top of 5 eliminations that he's been able to acquire. And that's been pretty much one of the hardest hitting marksmen out there in the field.
Absolutely. 925 damage, 5 eliminations. great stats coming in. Vampire Esports Red Bull, absolutely insane MVP of the match. I think the next coming runners for the MVP probably still from Vampire Esports. Maybe Xianpa. I can't quite remember how much damage they did. Okay, no Jianpa, but top performers will be Zeus with 5 eliminations. Number 2 is Red Bull with 5 eliminations as well. Just a little bit of difference with the damage. Number 3 is DK's Osal with 5 eliminations. And number 4 is Nongshim's Doxy with 5 eliminations as well. Actually, they all have 5 eliminations. Just a little bit of difference with the damage and the team contribution percent. So, you know what? Great coming in from these finally 4 different teams on the top performers, and these are match leaderboards. Champa with their 19 total points. Coming in second is Vampire Esports alongside D plus Kia with 14 points each. Number 4 is Sakam Digi with 9 points, Team Flash with 8, Nongshim Red Force with 7, Dishon Phalanx with 6, Rela Bros Esports with 5, Weibo Game with 4, Thunder Talk with 3, Irini and DRS Gaming with 2 each, Team Chica and T2K with 1, Tribe MC, Alter Ego, Legion by Vitality, 0 points right now.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's been a great hurdle from all these teams out there. Let's get a quick check over on the stats. I think it's pretty similar as compared to the last round that they played out. This time it's GG Bond with the longest elimination distance of 340. And you saw many of all these fights kind of got prolonged, especially the one in Yasna Polyana, that it resulted in 13 total rescues. And, some of the other numbers are pretty much the usual basic stuff. So the rest of D plus Kia, they managed to close the gap just a little bit this time around. Meanwhile, sitting at the top, Team Flash, of course, undeniably the most consistent team throughout the tournament with a total of 150 points. Mid-pack, we still see, big gap coming from CD Alliance as well as E-Arena to try to hold out up against the rest who are not within the top 8 just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, there's some changes. Jamba going up 3 ranks, however, so pretty good coming in, and they have a lot of improvement on their side. And of course, Tribe Armacy as well going up 14, and T2K dropping just a little bit. So some movements in the leaderboards for this day number 4. They will have only one more chance for this day number 4, and after that, after this last Erangel, it's just going to be day number 5 tomorrow. It's going to be their last 6 maps later on. So that's one more Erangel map. But before that happens, of course, we will be taking a short break. So we'll be seeing you guys very, very soon. So don't go anywhere.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
And we are back to our final map for this day number 4 of Clash of Giants Season 7. A while ago, we saw our second Erangel map. And of course, we had a surprise, yan pa, with the winner chicken dinner. Now, it's going to be match number 6 for day number 4. And of course, the trend right now is different teams. I'm getting the chicken dinner. So I bet like the trick right now for the predictions is just not to choose any of these teams right now that you can see. No more Team Flash, no more EA, no more Weibo Gaming, no more Stockholm Digin, no more Jampa. I don't know what's happening right now, but we have 13 minus the Xavier, 12 choices right now. Right now, top Erangel performance still DK, still EA, Vampire Esports, of course, and Team Flash. So, well, we did see how these teams are doing. They're still very, very decent. Maybe fell off just a little bit on the side of luck on Arena. But otherwise, Team Flash and Vampire Esports still doing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, they're absolutely putting the pain onto those unsuspecting victims overall. And I'm just really hoping to actually see another different winner. So I'm going to breach into uncharted waters here. Who would I like to see to score the final chicken dinner? You know what? Let's go for Irina.
Oh my gosh. I should pull up a list though. Let's see. Who hasn't won yet? I mean, Vampire Esports hasn't won yet, but that's too easy. Who can I choose? I mean, let's go for... Dang, let's just go for a Vampire Esports. Maybe it's going to be their time. I don't know.
Probably so. I don't know. We just got to really find out. But their work rate has been so incredible, especially when you take a look at Lazarus. I mean, round after round after round. This guy's a machine. I mean, back then he's known as Schweppes. And then like when I look at the names, like, since when is there like this player called Lazarus? I'm like, okay, figured it out after a long time that, yep, he changed his name to Lazarus. Maybe it's a little easier to pronounce as well. But I don't know if Tony K wants to be known as Sung Jin Woo for, a pro circuit eventually. I think like it definitely will be very interesting how these teams would be, switching things up, maybe just trying to get into the vibe and groove of their team dynamics. And to me, like this tournament so far, we've definitely seen a lot of incredible talent from all over the world, including those that we don't know the names just yet. Because I don't know, BTR, they like to hide stuff. Every other season, there's been roster shuffles. It could also be the same for some other teams out there. It's just that we got to find out eventually. So if you guys want to, of course, find out more, or you want to play guessing games, just subscribe to this channel. What you're waiting for? We always provide you guys with the best tournaments possible whenever, of course, this hype is willing to throw one down. So make sure you guys are also liking the video as well, wherever you guys are watching from. So Annie, I mean, after all these rounds, down to that one final chicken dinner, will Vampire Esports finally claim one for themselves to break that current spree of different winners for today?
Oh, that is the question. That is the question right now. Will they finally get that kill in the bag? But yeah, I mean, no. The only thing that we can do right now is guess and watch this final map for the grand finals. Of course, after this, they don't have much chances left, so they have to catch up as much as possible. And we're nearing the conclusion of our day number 4. So, I mean, there's a little bit of fatigue here and there for our 17 participating teams tonight, so maybe that'll be affecting them a bit. But right now, the flight path is way too biased towards the northeastern part of Erangel. So maybe military base is still a little bit accessible, but maybe Primorsk not so much. I don't think the teams are going to be touching that area unless the circle goes to that side. So right now, everyone's kind of just dropping off. I don't know if it's going to be compounding around the Povka or Milta, but maybe there's some teams that might be vying for Novoremp Noye. Maybe Vampire Esports is going for that, and Tribe Aeromacy dangerously nearby, but I think they're going to be staying on the main island right now, quite near DRS and Sakam Gigi. Right now, I'm not seeing much compounding. Everyone's kind of like just taking their own slice of a wrangle, kind of minding their own business at this rate. But then again, it's still the first half of the flight path that kind of just landed. So let's see if we're going to be seeing any early game engagement. It looks like there are actually just a couple of first bloods, and it's actually Zeus. They'll be getting that first kill. DRS has their scopes out, trying to see if they can get the pick off so early on. And oh my gosh, did I jinx that? Remorse will be getting that circle.
It's 3 in a row now in the same zone, but this fight, I mean, it's been so intense. Now, it's going to be DRS losing one member, but I think they've been able to at least go blow for blow at this moment, claiming one. Tianba, unwilling to really give the spot. I felt like I've seen this episode for many, many seasons now. Whenever you invite PL teams to fight against South Asia and you have DRS on board, they always fight in Milta. Back then, DRS wins out a lot of the trade, and now I feel like this iteration of Tianba is better than ever. Did I just jinx it? I think I did.
Tianba's doing so well. Killer White Sea knocks down one player from Tianba. Oh my gosh. All right. We're just having fun over here. GG falls, but it has a Cyclone. It's just a knockdown, however. Let's see. Confirmation. Killer Whitey getting ballsy, walking right in and actually surviving that. He's only a couple of HP left, but still they're standing. Team Flash all the while, half of their squad has been wiped out of Nongshim. They're cooking up a grenade. Let's see how they go up against them. Oh my gosh, Juice took so much damage, knocked down from that grenade. Now it's all up to win. I don't know if we can go ahead and give that revive to Zeus. I don't know how far away they are, but right now it's not looking good. NS, I don't know if they're going to be hunting down. They're going to be finding the last player from FL, but it's not looking good for Team Flash right now.
It seems like Nongshim Raid Force have figured out a plan to really decipher the code of how Team Flash usually operates inside a city, and they just went in targeting one after another. Fighting inside the same apartments hasn't been the easiest task, especially when they don't really get those kind of good loots. Perhaps that's really what went on here inside of the city of Yasnaya. And Nongshim was barely bruised. I mean, all 3 of those simulations went into the hands of TZ. And he says, give me that ace. Where exactly are you hiding? He's got no clue. He's happy enough to just shoot at anything that moves or doesn't even move. So, yep, just filling it out. And looks like Win finally reveals himself. So, we'll see. Can TZ get it? There we go. It's Benny with the nade. Whoa, more fights.
Wait a minute, what's happening? DK, been in trouble. They're out here in the open. Nobu did get knocked down. It's not a finisher yet. Bro's still out here trying to get some bullets in. And down 15 minutes. Already so fast. But we're still in less than 5 minutes to the game. But DK, still low on health. Just one more bullet and Nobu will get knocked down. Fabian right behind this car. And Osal still alive as well. Let's see how do the Fabian finally falls. All right, big control by Vitality joins into the picture. Let's see if they can get some kills in the bag. They're just surrounding DK right now, stealing all those kills from Bro. And well, it's a free kills. You know, it's free elimination points. And BRO, they have been spotted as well. He is trying to see if they can get some bullets in, but they're taking a bit of damage as well. And so that's 3 points going to the side of BTR. It's just looting the place up. We have to worry about Bro right now, but I guess they'll be taking over this spot over here, and they're trying to snipe out the rest of Bro. But all the while, Alter Ego versus DRS versus AST nearby. Oh my gosh, and it's not looking good for Alter Ego right now.
Not at the moment, and Alter Ego seemingly had struggled throughout the course of the tournament as well. And with this kind of late push over onto DRS, where they've already lost one member inside of 10, but they are looking a little bit more confident. But this is going to be a tough funnel. Just wiggling out, finally getting a beautiful, beautiful shot. Alpha connects it. Meanwhile, Zareth, oh, he couldn't last all too long. But BTR, they finally show up. I've been waiting for this domination from the side of BTR by Vitality. And my. It seems like the Indonesian squads are popping off in this final game.
Absolutely. Popping off. So that grenade pops off. So little health left on Snape and still manages to survive. Alright, Snape walks out with a bit of help and they already get knocked down so fast. ZK all the while got eliminated somewhere out there, but ASC down to 2 players. They came in 3 players only in the lobby, so it's a bit of a disadvantage on their part. Alter Ego, 1 down. Snape's actually down. And let's see if Vampire Esports will be joining in since they're swooping in as third party due to falls hands of JPX. Looks like there's several fights actually throughout the map, so it's a little bit of a mess. Tricks cooking up a grenade, throwing in to the side of Alter Ego. Rosemary might be throwing back a grenade, just a little bit of trade. Rig needs to get revived. Rosemary takes a bit of damage. And Alva, nice shot from Alva. That's 1 down, but they're not going to go for those kind of confirmations. They're prioritizing on the rest of ASC. Alva falls. They have those bullets. AE, a bit of trouble over here. Rosemary is going to be the last person left. As usual, VPE kind of out here, kind of like trying to surround the area, and Riggs trying to stay alive as well as Strix as well. So 3-way, 3 whole teams. Rosemary trying to stay alive. Rig is gonna be surrounded very, very soon, and Trix is just watching this all unfold. And so with that thing, 1 picked up from VPE. Trix actually gets them from the rooftop. 1 less player to worry about, and now Rig still needs to revive. I don't know if this guy's gonna survive, especially with the blue zone and the 2 players to worry about in Vampire Esports. But looking good, you know. Vampire Esports has the surrounding that they have a numbers advantage.
Yeah, I mean, their timing to third party has been immaculate, but then again, maybe that kind of push from different angles wasn't exactly the cleanest of approach because they don't really have the full contact info up against both AST as well as the other team on board. Meanwhile, Rosemary, he has been, multiple season MVP in plenty of tournaments out there. So they got to give him a little bit of a respect as well. Great shot coming from Sung-Jin Woo, finally deterring the rest of AST. 4 points being accrued, though. I mean, definitely looking good for the side of SA. Meanwhile, C-Tane gets a DPS shot across, and that is just even more casualties here. Cellcom DJ Lance getting flushed with a grenade. Wow, what a toss from Nico from the top of the roof.
Oh my gosh, this is interesting. Just gonna keep watching this combat. It's absolutely insane. Once again, less than 10 minutes into the game, we're down to 8 teams. I guess once they realized that it's the last game, let's go to sleep early. And now they're all just picking each other off. We're watching some of these top teams actually got picked up so early on. Team Flash and DK both said goodbye quite early on. And now it's just VPE, the top team, still up in a ride. Babel Gaming getting 1 elimination on their side. Still a couple of team members still alive. There's actually 2. They already have 2 eliminations already, so doing well. But there's T2K nearby. I don't know if they found Weibo Gaming, but that I was definitely trying to go on some sprays. I don't know if they'll try to attempt these 2 eliminations, but they're definitely walking into a bunch of crossfire. T2K walked right into their deaths. That's 1 more team saying goodbye. 7 teams left. We just crossed the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and it really feels like everyone wants the game to be over and done. It's been a very long haul of a day. And now, hey, maybe my prediction onto E-Arena could still work out. We'll have to see. Speaking of which, hey, 30K got my buff. He managed to pin down Hollywood. Well, we'll see. I guess there's no chance of him being an actor now. Well, lame jokes for the night. Meanwhile, Joker, he's got that hovercraft and he's so hard to be dealt with right now, but he's surrounded by these members of BTR. I mean, Dave. Okay, that's one way to do it. Ramming him over. Meanwhile, Joker, gotta be really careful about this push. Now, it's down to this situation. 1 versus 1, 1 versus 2, and finally they clip them. And they can still afford to go in for the full reset, but whoa, that was a little too close.
Oh my gosh. Still alive, still kicking. We still have a couple of teams to worry about too. BTR still in the game. Vampire Esports as well. Nongshim. I mean, it's quite a fast game, you know. I like it. It kind of offsets the stage 9 wrangle that we saw a couple of games ago. But yeah, I'm having the time of my life, especially Bigatron with 8 eliminations. 9! That's great. Vampire Esports, I believe they just got picked off. I just went by their logo, all right. So my prediction is off, but there's still a bunch of good teams in the running. Might be TT, actually, or Nongshim. I mean, we're talking about the last 3 chicken dinners are unexpected teams. So EA already had a glory. BTR could be also in Weibo Gaming. They already had their fun. So I mean, I'm just making predictions right now, but based on statistics, it's still anyone's game, especially since EA, BTR, TT, and Nongshim, they have a lot of team players still standing. Not in Nongshim anymore. One got knocked down.
Yeah, and you take a look at this really ultra aggro side of BTR. I really do wonder if they're filling their main roster right now. I mean, they like to mask their names. They like to also try players. I mean, knowing Coach Ken, he definitely gives a lot of all these opportunities to great talents whenever he sees one. And of course, here comes TZ, hoping to hold the line. Not revealing too much up against the members of Irina now. My prediction is under threat. And Doc, he's going to be able to at least put a little bit of dent over onto Sakura while 30K gets shredded apart. Just like that, the rest of Nongshim looking to dissect the bunnies in pink. You know, shots coming from the back, and it doesn't seem like it's enough. Finally, Doc gets pinned down.
Oh my gosh, 5 more teams left to go, 13 players. We're still 13 minutes in the game. This might be a 15-minute game, guys. Everyone just kind of wants to go to sleep. I mean, that's a stage 3 circle. I don't know what's happening. Where these teams are so aggressive. But over here, BTR takes that one from Thunder Talk. And that's actually a bit of a trade 1-for-1 on their sides. So just looking at the infographics, BTR, I mean, there's 3 more players. One hanging by a thread. Weibo Gaming, 2 players. 1 versus 1. Ooh, Thunder Gaming falls. All right, 1 more active player. It's going to be Ajay. Ajay still alive, but getting shot at on their car. Let's see if they can get away. Turned by Vitality, trying to tail them. But they're not shooting anymore. They're not trying for this just yet. Ooh, that's a double digits on the eliminations. However, for BTR, very, very proud of them. But all the while, Weibo Gaming versus Nongshim. 1 more on the side of Weibo Gaming. But out in the open, surrounded by NS and EA while they fall. NS and EA right now, 2 versus 1. Manages to sidestep those grenades. CZ goes inside of the orange building. Trying to see if they can get the scar. Okay, it's possible, but they're not backing away. They're going in for the aggressive. That grenade's not going to be giving any splash damage on TZ, but EA might be going on the aggressive. They know there's only 1 player on the side of Nongshim right now, and they have to move fast because BTR might be rotating into the area very, very soon.
Yeah, I mean, they're on the prowl, and they've been hunting out teams after teams after teams. Still a very close call. We saw the amount of damage TZ has been able to do to Team Flash, but this time they will be brought down. Sakura only took a little bit of damage, but BTR, they arrive in the nick of time. But Ken, he gets pinned out, and that's the last Euro. Top 3 finish. It's been one of the better runs for the side of E Arena. Now it's between the final member of TT and wait a minute. Oh, BTR, they still got it in the bag.
Oh my gosh, BTR finally popping off. They got the last chicken dinner for tonight, and I mean that's pretty crazy. I didn't quite catch how many minutes that last game was, but went by really, really fast. Because from by Vitality making the most out of this final game. I wonder who they put in there because I mean there are no pictures right now, but it's quite interesting. Okay, they have Ket, they have Kyowo, they have Kimmy, and they have Car. So Kimmy, I've seen this guy playing a couple of games ago. Also Kyowo. I'm not sure with Kent, and definitely Car might be new. I'm not sure, but yeah, damage dot quite decent as well, and their eliminations were on the double digits. So there's quite a lot of points gotten by Bigatron by Vitality for this game. So congratulations once again to Bigatron by Vitality. Absolutely crazy playstyle, absolutely great skills, and finally a chicken dinner that they deserve. They absolutely deserve after all these games.
Yeah, the fans have definitely been waiting for this. I mean, there's definitely legions of fans for BTR since this is a team that has been in part of the history books as a legacy team from the inception of PUBG Mobile itself. And of course, there's so many new iterations of BTR by Vitality. I'm hoping to see eventually what will be the final roster, if there's going to be big shifts that they're going to be changing for the upcoming season. I mean, they look really good during the recent season, but not quite enough to qualify themselves into the global stage, unfortunately. But of course, they're sharpening their fangs, and this is what it looks like. So when they pop up, it's always big double-digit rounds for a side of BTR. And for the fact of the matter that they only used 6 grenades throughout the run, it was just pure firepower. That's impressive to actually speak about how efficient they were.
Absolutely. They just had their guns and their skills in the bag. But yeah, the head-to-head *2 on the damage for the side of Vitality as compared with Thundertalk Gaming. 15 eliminations for BTR, 5 for TT. Heals quite a lot for BTR, 825 as compared to 649 on the side of Thundertalk. So, I mean, decent amount of points. That's 25 for BTR, especially since they absolutely need those points to climb up the leaderboards. And again, we still have 6 maps tomorrow, so it's fine. For Thundertalk Gaming, I think they finished second place, so they might be having 11 points later on. But right now, the MVP of the match is Nongshim's TZ with 1,035 damage and 6 eliminations. Of course, absolutely insane with 7 utilities, 30 minutes survival time. I mean, that's considering the fact that we have maybe 15 minutes of play time. So I don't know. It's just a crazy game, a crazy game. So just kind of watch out for them, Top performers, yeah, TZ, Kent, from Weibo Gaming. I'm sorry I can't read, even though I'm poor Chinese. And number 4 is BTR's Kyowo. We got 6 eliminations on the first 2, and the second 2 have 4 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, overall, it's been a fantastic run. I mean, TZ had so many clutches in this round. We remember the fight inside of the Snap Pollyanna where they managed to actually win out the entirety of the Team Flash squad. And they just went on a rampage as well. They really brought the rest of Arena down to size, despite Arena did manage to finish top 3. I mean, it was such a hard-fought battle that almost every single team got involved. So Competition Alliance as well as Ryla Bros, I don't think we managed to really see what went down in this early scuffles, or were they actually partaking in this round, so to speak. But overall, I mean, it's been pretty much a wild ride that we are getting here. So there's only 6 more maps left for tomorrow, but of course, this final stats here, as much as the longest distance isn't exactly the longest out there, it's been impressive coming from Kimmy as well. The rest of the stats, pretty stock standard, but there's a bunch of healing because a lot of these teams were spending plenty of time over onto the blue zone. So that's all the stats that we do have for our final matchup. So tomorrow onwards, make sure you guys tune in because we will crown our grand champions of the Clash of Giants. Before we, of course, end the run, there's still more to announce because it's about time to unveil the overall MVP
of the tournament so far.
All right. If only I had like drums, kind of see who the MVP will be. I mean, it's probably like there's a couple of candidates, up for the running, but of course, there can only be one MVP for tonight. So, with that, who's the MVP? That's the question, and it's gonna be Team Flash's Zeus with 50 eliminations at 10,301 damage, 150 utilities used, average survival time of 16 minutes and 54 seconds, MVP points 2.52. Absolutely insane. 50 whole eliminations across my math is bad. Okay, 24 games. It's absolutely crazy coming in from Team Flash.
That tells you that he could at least score like 2, 3 to even 4 points. Certain rounds, you can even see him going absolutely ballistic with above 5 points as well. Zeus right now sitting at the top of pretty much high damage numbers, only slightly bested by his own teammate Win in a form of average damage, and that's pretty much about it. When we take a look at the rest of the core stats earlier, I believe that we are looking at a lot of all these involvement coming in from roles, but T2K didn't really get too much being done. Noble as well as Fabian, they're definitely in the race as well. Meanwhile, I think like earlier we see in the early span of I think round 3, round 4, round 2, a lot of involvement coming from the side of Vampire Esports, and Lazarus is the one chasing up against the FL players over on the charts.
Yeah, I mean, Lazarus, definitely, I definitely agree with the positioning. And of course, Zeus and Win, both very consistent, and they're still up top on the overall fraggers with already crossing the 10k damage done. And well, I don't know, these are overall rankings. Still FL manages to overtake TK since yesterday, and Vampire Esports still consistently at third and NS with fourth. But there's a boost for EA. They have 1 rank up, and BTR actually increased by 3 rankings, so it's very good. I think they have a chance to go ahead and go up against EA and NS tomorrow, and maybe Vampire Esports potentially tomorrow, since the gap has closed it a little bit. But I mean, I don't know, like FL and DK, they're just in their own little world up there in the leaderboards. But yeah, this is the second half of the leaderboards. So Weibo Gaming increased 1 rank, bro. Fell to number 18, and of course DX did lose out on a couple of points, actually the whole day, in fact. And so that's, I guess this is our final leaderboards for day number 4. There's gonna be 6 maps left tomorrow.
That's right. And of course, you guys don't want to miss it. So that being said, of course, make sure you guys are subscribed to the Ruthless Hype channel right here. I mean, the guys behind the scenes, they've always worked so hard to provide you the best possible PUBG mobile esports action. And of course, it all comes down to the finale. 6 more maps, and we shall see who will be our grand champions for this respective season. My name is Contra, and of course, Annie, it's been such a pleasure casting alongside with you. Any last words before we end the night?
Very threatening, but yeah, it has been an absolute pleasure casting for these wonderful teams. I mean, we had a lot of surprises, but in the end, there's a lot of improvements coming in from some of these teams, and I don't know, lots of surprises. So with that, day number 5 will probably be, bringing the final gavel down, as to who the champion will be. But I think we have a pretty good idea who are up in the running for that. But of course, we'll be finding that out tomorrow on day number 5. And I think we're going to be concluding this day number 4 stream really, really soon, Contra. So once again, we are your casters. Contra was with me, and my name is Annie. Do tune in tomorrow around the same time, and we'll be bringing you our grand finals day number 5 tomorrow. But tonight, it'll be all over. We'll be seeing you tomorrow. Good night. Good night.